5 is 9 a.m. Proof posted, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, July 24th, 2025 at 12:30 p.m.
Thank you. Let's stand brief for a moment of silence, and then we'll ask Veteran Service Officer Steve Hernandez to lead us in the pledge.
Please join me in the pledge. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. All right, if there's any members of the public that are here to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. All right, seeing none. Under D, acceptance of county department heads and staff department reports and updates. So what I've asked the departments to do, just to be available to ask questions, these were sent out for your review. We will go one by one so we can get them approved for recording purposes. And if you have questions, ask the questions. If not, we'll try to move on through so we can get into what we love so much is budget. So at this time, under D1 is juvenile probation. Mr. Coker's not in court today, but if there's any questions on that, we can pass those on and get them answered for you. Does anybody have anything you want us to reach out to Mr. Coker about? If not, is there a motion to accept the report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second. Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Under D2 is engineering monthly activity report. A lot of activity, looks like, a lot of things we're working on. Any questions about any of these? All right. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right. Under items D2 is the County Veteran Service Officer monthly activity report for April through June. If there's any questions there anyone would have, Steve? If not, is there a motion to approve the report or accept the report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Under, be sure I didn't miss one. Oh, here's one. All right, under D5 is purchasing's monthly activity report from May through July. Any questions on that one?
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to accept it for recording purposes and have a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Judge, did you want to do D4 or
Did I skip it?
Holt? Was there any reason?
D4?
Maintenance of equipment?
Okay. All right, under D4 is maintenance of equipment, monthly activity report, April through June. Any questions on that? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second?
I have a motion second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. Under D6, maintenance of buildings. Any questions for TJ? If not, is there a motion to approve the maintenance report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
A motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, under D7 is pretrial services monthly activity report. Any questions there? If not, is there a motion to accept the report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, under D8, Health Services Monthly Activity Report. Any questions for Heather? Not, is there a motion to approve the report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, let's see. Under D9 is Information Technology, John's in court. Is any questions for John about that department? If not, I'll make a motion that we approve that report for recording purposes. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Those beautiful charts, though.
I mean. Remember when John Carter came here and said he's gonna cut down the report, it wasn't so long?
Very quickly.
All right, under D11 is Texas A&M AgriLife. No one will be in court today, but there's a report. Any questions about it? If not, is there a motion to approve the report for recording purposes?
So moved.
So move.
All right,
D10.
miss it, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We got this.
So we
one
got
on
D11 on the table.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
There's a
so,
motion and a second.
yeah, so no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. What was the other one? D.
D10.
HR.
HR.
Under HR report, hate to let them off easy, but is there any questions about that? If not, is there a motion to approve that report for recording? Approve.
Second.
I have a motion second, any discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Okay.
Judge, did we do D5?
Yes.
We did purchasing?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm probably sleeping during that time.
Okay, going down, under item E, under, budget amendments, transfers, changes, so on and so forth. Under, E1 is regarding the FY '26 budget. So Francis, it's all yours.
Do we want to go ahead and, is there any other items y'all want to do before then, or it's up to you?
Justin, any other items?
Yeah, Judge, if you want to, we can knock out the check run and some of those other action items first, if that's okay.
All right,
So those are under item F. F1 is financial obligations of McLennan County, authorization for county treasurer to pay county checks, wire electronic transfers issued since the last authorization. And we just need a motion to approve that check run.
So moved.
okay, we have motion second. Everybody wants the check run to happen. Motion second, any discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
F2 is regarding the local provider participation fund, authorization of commitment, declaration of intent for an intergovernmental transfer regarding uncompensated care of the UC program. Heather?
Yes, good morning. What we have here is a commitment form for the UC Demonstration Year 14 Final IGT. The commitment form is due, I believe, today, July 29th.
Any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
3 is discussion and or action regarding departmental moves and expansions. And so, TJ, if you want to kind of step through this, just a little bit of background to court as a reminder that purchasing the 2124 North 25th Street building allows us to take a lot of pressure off the records building with the relocation of the auditor's office there. That frees up some room in the basement. And then also health services will be moving there as well. So, TJ, I'll share my screen and we can kind of step through them.
So as Dustin was saying, the purchase of the 25th Street building is really what we're aiming for, to give some relief to the overall envelope of the records building. We know we're busting at the seams. All the departments are full, everybody's fighting for space. So the thought process is, once the auditor's office is relocated from the records building into 25th Street, and once health services is relocated into 25th Street, that alleviates some of the pressure on the building itself. So we can make some shifts by utilizing the current auditor space as the engineer's future space. So we'll move them down from the first floor to the basement. That allows us to shift over some of the tax office to relieve space on the first floor, allowing them for future expansion for years to come, and still gives us a little bit of swing space down in the basement, some space that won't be utilized. Because we know, once we get into phase 2 of the Justice Center, we're going to need some swing space to move folks into, because they're going to be impacted by the work that's going on in the annex building. So that's what all this is about. We're taking the trickle effect, moving folks in the right places, giving adequate space to those who need it the most. So the tax office expansion into the first floor alleviates everything for them. We show some future moves up here that are still kind of pending a few items, but HR could potentially move into the old IT building to give them more of a private space, more of a private setting for folks to come into. And then we could also allow for an elections expansion, either down into the swing space created in the basement of the records building, or into the current HR suite. So we've got some options there as well. So 25th Street really changes a lot of stuff for us, and we've really got some decisions we need to make. But of course, we know the auditor's office and health services are the main ones that are going to take place right away. So this is kind of our overall plan, to give relief to the records building, gain some additional space, and have some swing space for the future. Any questions in regards to?
No questions, more comment, TJ. First of all, my hat's off to the Space Committee. That can't be an easy job, just figuring out the logistics of what's going on.
Lots of moving pieces.
I know it's a necessary thing that we do. I would encourage us all, and y'all may have already done this, to also take trips here in the courthouse itself. I've had the opportunity to go down to the JP's office, particularly, and she's sitting in there, Judge Hensley's office, and visit, and they're working on top of each other.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, absolutely working on top of each other. So I know that's in the future when we finish the conversion.
Right.
And it'll also alleviate a lot of situations, I hope, and give those people, because when this courthouse was built, it was only built for so much, and there's no way to push the walls out.
We've put as much into it as we can.
We really can.
There's
So,
nothing left.
Yeah,
So
there's some
it's-
people looking forward to that move also.
Right, absolutely.
Good point.
Yeah.
Will we be moving, probably the court? Or do
There's
you
a
know
chance.
yet? The
Well,
chance.
the court, well, there's a chance of that. Kind of what we're focusing on now is making these moves that TJ's trying to accommodate while we're waiting for the new judicial center to open up, and then that'll leave some room in the courthouse, and so we'll go through and figure out what's the best, how the use of this space and what's the best utilization for it. And so that'll be the next step.
I know Judge Henley's area has been like that since I was a baby.
Yeah.
So, and it keeps growing and growing.
Yeah. And we went through, I guess, a couple of years ago when we first, envisioned the new Justice Center, and we came up with a master plan that shows kind of those shifts in the historic courthouse.
Yeah.
So we'll bring that back out to you guys and let you take a look at it as well. So it's going to alleviate a lot of those issues that we've got going on. Can I say it's going to be perfect? No, I don't think so. I don't know that we'll ever be perfect, but we're going to get real close. It's gonna really give some space to those who need it.
When is the anticipated completion date over there? The
February 2027,
Spring of 27?
yeah, is when we'll finish up the Justice Center itself, and then we'll get into phase 2, which is going to be the work that's going to take place at the annex. Yeah.
None of this would be happening if our county wasn't growing, and growing is good. Growing pains are good. If you don't grow, you go away.
They are very much so.
Good point.
Very much so. And I think, we've talked about it over the past year and a half or so, as far as creating a multi-use court facility potentially at the juvenile property. You know, and that would encumber kind of CPS, 4D court potentially, maybe, we heard talks of a truancy court that had come up in court this past budget session. So we're also starting to look at that as well. So that's something that could potentially even relieve some more space in the future, but
That would be a new facility.
it
entirely,
would.
New building.
Yeah, it would. We've talked about it over the past couple of years, and it's one of those things where, we've got we're just trying to fit CPS in here and there and all that stuff, so I want to try to bring it all home. Make a good space for everybody.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, let's see, do we need action?
I think if y'all are good with it and you wanted to go ahead and approve the move of engineering to the basement and to the space that the auditor's office will vacate, and then the tax office expansion, that would be good because y'all assigned space. So
I don't have a problem with that if that's the recommendation. They certainly, like I said, the Space Committee's put a lot of work in on all of this, and I applaud the work that they have done and continue to do, so that would be my motion to approve.
I'll second that. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
all right, F4 is regarding the November 4th, 2025 Texas Constitutional Special Election, authorization of order of special election, early voting dates, times, and locations. I'd like to call on Jared.
Yes, this is just basically a formality where we order the election for the upcoming November election. If you have any questions about it, let me know. Otherwise, we just need to approve this order.
Are these just constitutional amendments?
Yeah, so what we'll have on the ballot is countywide, we'll have constitutional amendments, and then there will be cities and schools as well. Right now, we have, I believe, 19 entities that possibly will hold an election. They should be calling their election anytime now. Depending on if the candidates apply for those positions or not, will determine if there will be an election with that city or school district. And so that number will be whittled down.
Jared, are these dates, they include those early voting date changes?
Are you talking about the new law change?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So that law is not going to go into effect just yet. Technically, it goes into effect September 1st. However, one of the things in the law is that the Secretary of State has to talk to every county across the state. They have to come up with a plan on how they're going to implement that law's change. That's not going to happen. Secretary of State's already told us that's not going to happen. So at this point, early voting is going to be held as it has been in the past.
Great, thank you.
Which is why you see dates that are normal.
Yeah.
One change to note about early voting is First Assembly of God Church. They've told me that they're not available to hold early voting. We've gone to West Waco Library, which has typically been our backup. They are holding their genealogy meeting during early voting. So we've gone to Holy Spirit Episcopal Church, and they've agreed to hold early voting there this go around. I know it's frustrating to have to move that around, but thankfully Holy Spirit Episcopal Church has been willing to let us come invade their space for a couple of weeks. That's the church that's located right behind Target, so it's still within the vicinity where we typically hold early voting.
Is First Assembly, are they out completely, or are they just for this November?
Just for this?
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
What they've told me is they don't want to be, the only time they want to be open for an election is if there is a congressional race on the ballot. So we'll be back in March for the primary runoff, and then next.
Sure. Well, I appreciate them doing that very much.
Absolutely. Absolutely agreed.
All right. Any questions for elections?
Motion to approve the order of election.
Second.
Motion made, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, is Judge Hensley still here?
Yes, she's back there.
Okay. We're gonna get into budget, and I know you have something you wanna talk about, and it'd be under, I think, personnel, which Go ahead, we'd like for you to come on, because I know you have plenty to do, okay. Okay.
First of all, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you again, and I wanted to circle back if I could. And I appreciate Commissioner Smith going down and looking at our space, because I think we literally, I know everybody's tight with what's going on, but we are in an unusual circumstance where literally when you come through our door, you have 32 inches to get through the furniture, which is not very much for a public building. And we don't have a good place to expand to. And that's why it's so important to me to keep the good people I have. The only reason it has worked as well as it is with the volume that we're increasing is because the people in my office have really, they all have a good temperament. They work well together. I don't want to lose one, because it's only because we have a good ambiance that we're not in the hallway screaming at each other. And I have one situation where I have a real disparate salary. When Vicki Merritt was hired 8 years ago, she's the techiest among us, but she had no legal experience. So we hired her in at the bottom. Well, she now has 8 years of legal experience. And we hired, when Laura Berger came on, we hired her at the top because she had 8 years of experience in a JP court. Well, Vicki now has 8 years of experience, but there's $8,000 discrepancy between what they're making. Right now, Vicki is making .835 of the maximum in the band. And I just want to move her to .9, which would take her from 43,492 to 46,900, which puts her right at that 0.9% of your band, and it's the middle range there. And she's actually worth every dime of the top, but I know y'all have a lot of people and you keep the balance. But I'm telling you, the only reason my court is still working is because these people get along so well, and I don't want to lose somebody. And even though we need another person, I'm reluctant to bring somebody else in when we're on top of each other, because we literally would be even more so. And I'm sure y'all have all had the experience that you hire the wrong person and it totally destroys the culture, if you will. And I can't do that. If I destroy this culture, the whole thing's going to melt down. And I've shown you before what we're doing. We're going to be over 2,000 civil cases, and we desperately, if we could just have some more file space somewhere, if there's a closet in a basement somewhere. We're running, when they changed the law where these debt claim people can so much more easily get a receiver and a garnishment, we're having people pull cases that are 5, 6, 7, 8 years old and ask for a receiver on them and then do a garnishment. So we're constantly getting files from archives, and archives is having trouble getting to the building, as we all are. And so we're constantly going back and forth. If we could have files, even if they were in the records building or across that way, where we didn't have to send everything to archives, because once they ask for that receivership, we know we're going to have to go back in 90 to 180 days and touch it again, because they have to either ask for a new one or they have to terminate it. So we're doing this constant shuffling, and it's not just the current files that we're shuffling. They've made it so much, I guess they are recovering a lot more money from these older cases. So we're seeing, you know, the last 10,000 cases are now in play, so to speak. So I am begging you, and I purposefully pulled back my request for myself because it's more important to get Vicki money and not lose her. I don't know if you've been in my office. This is the most encouraging person. She's the reason it stays so lighthearted. Everybody who comes in my office eventually tells me how much they enjoy coming in, because everybody's just so friendly and nice. And she's the most upbeat person I've ever met, and she works at a really fast pace. And those are hard combinations to find somebody that's got that upbeat personality who doesn't end up just visiting all day. And she works, but she's very, very friendly and nice to everybody who comes in. We have people that I think have slowed down their payment schedules because they like to visit with Vicki. I kid you not, we
I'd
have
write
these,
her up for that.
we have these older gentlemen that were paying $25 a month, and now they're paying 10 because they enjoy coming to see Vicki. And I don't want to lose her, and I know she can go out in the market and get more. So I would really appreciate if you would consider making an exception here. And if you could find us some closets big enough for a file cabinet or two.
Yeah, well, we'll work on the file deal for sure, and between TJ and Archives, try to figure out a more expedited.
Yeah, I didn't realize he was the person doing that. I may go,
Well, he's got to find the space, and then the other
Right.
is, quicker way to get Archives moving. Construction is always a challenge, and
well, I'm sure they'll get this street put back together before long, but
yeah.
Do we have a dungeon here? I've never been downstairs. TJ, do we got a dungeon?
Yes.
There is a,
It's not suitable for files.
okay.
We think we may have a solution to your problem. So I'm getting with Dustin right now. CPS Court just moved out of their current space. They're over in the annex. We may have a small room that we can use.
That
We'll
will-
bring that back to court for approval.
If we could, set some file cabinets up so that once they reactivate those old cases, we don't have to send them back to archives. We could, have them where we could access them ourselves. That would save a lot of time, because every time you have to go to archives, you got to stop and make
You
a
have to have a
list.
paper file, not, you couldn't use a digital one to work from and then get the paper.
If you wanted to put enough time into it, you could do anything. It's faster to use the physical file than to go back and try to put all that stuff digitally. Because a lot of our time, we try to keep a year's worth. That's getting harder and harder. But now they're activating these things that are several years old. And so we have a record of everything in it, but they're handing us paperwork that has to go back into the file, because they're handing us something either terminating the receivership or asking for a new one. And so you have to do something with that.
Yeah.
And you scan it in, but you still have to put it there, so if, God forbid, somebody should decide to appeal something, you can send the whole file.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, and also, TJ, besides Claire, IT, talk about other solutions. And I know Tyler's got some products that supposed to be, the filing deal and retrieving is supposed to be faster, but that's what I heard anyway, so.
Judge, thank you. It's been tight down there for 20 years. So, I mean, you got to go out in the hallway to change your mind down there in her office. So it's,
well, we do have a part-timer there, and so we managed to squish in that third desk.
We'll see how.
But there's not enough room for her to have a printer, so she prints off of something in another room. So you really can't put a full timer there, because she's literally like 4 feet from the wall behind her.
Okay.
ultimately, I think we
Appreciate
have
it.
to,
Thank you.
worry, what we have to work towards is February of '27. And the completion of the building behind us.
Yeah, you did.
So in February of '27, when y'all move over there, will we immediately get to move, or do we just
Well, I
start
mean, it'll
working
be a
on some other
process, just like,
space?
hopefully,
Hopefully
within-
it'll be quick.
yeah, hopefully we can get,
So there's hope on the horizon?
yes,
Okay.
that's,
Thank you, I
that's what I
appreciate
see.
it.
I want a couple of comments. Number one, wouldn't, if you digitize, from my experience with digitizing, you eventually have to come back and print something because somebody wants a paper copy that's involved with the case. So there's a lot of going back and having to do that anyhow. Isn't that true?
Absolutely. We are digitized. Every piece of paper that comes in gets scanned and put in the digital record, but you still have to do something with the filing.
And people want to be handed something.
And people come back and want copies, and so you have to have that original. And if somebody appeals, you have to send a physical thing upstairs, not just a digital. And that. Any other
The
questions?
only other thing I'd say, if you added another person, you'd have to give up a broom closet.
That's true. And I've thought of moving. You know, I actually, I really like, even though we're squished, I like being able to hear what's going on in my offices. I think it helps a lot, so I don't really want to get relocated someplace. I want to be able to hear what's going on.
Well, you definitely can do that.
Yeah, I can do that now.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Justin?
Yes, sir. So we can go to item F5. This is regarding responses to RFP 25-008, third-party administrator, TPA, ASO, provider networks, and related matters. F5A is a presentation by Hub International on a review of best and final offers from United Healthcare, Cigna, MetLife, and Standard Insurance Company. And then following that will be F5B, authorization of recommendation by purchasing, human resources, and county administrator with support from Hub International for award to agencies with best evaluated proposals for various coverage. So I'd like to call on the Hub team of Taya, Liz, and Patrick.
Do we want Anna up here with this presentation, Judge? If it would help us? Well, it would be better, yeah, to hear.
Thank you.
There's another seat at the table.
I forgot I had to put the slides up there.
Judge, Commissioners, Ty Petty with Hub International for the record. While everyone's getting settled in here, I just want to take a moment and say thanks. Thank you for being clients and trusting Hub to work with you all on this. It's a privilege and an honor to get to work with such a professional and dedicated staff. You know, Ken in purchasing and Anna and Stacy in HR have been a real joy to walk through this with, and it makes the process a lot easier in that regard. And truthfully, Hub is proud of the work that we've done on the county's behalf on this project, and we're excited about the offerings we get to present today. And, you know, we're just really excited for the opportunities in front of the county and for your employees and their dependents. And so I'll be quiet and I'll hand it over to Liz and Anna and let them dive in.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Liz Bebo, part of the Hub International Employee Benefits Consulting Team. This morning, we'll talk about RFP 25-008 relating to some of your benefit coverages. On page 4, the overview this morning, just to ground you in what we're discussing. Currently, you have a integrated medical pharmacy spending accounts and COBRA administered by United Healthcare. Your basic life, voluntary life, short-term and long-term disability are also administered by United Healthcare. These contracts expire December 31st, 2025, which required a bid and request for proposal procurement project, which we undertook in the last few months. The contracts that we're discussing today will be awarded for a 3-year guarantee period with the effective date of January 1st, 2026. We collected and summarized the responses to the RFP and reviewed by the evaluators in early July. Finalists were chosen by the evaluators and submitted to court approval in your prior meeting. We did hold finalist presentations here on July 21st with the best and final selections from the evaluators. and the scoring was completed and submitted July 24th. The evaluators scored the participating vendors based on price, meeting the needs of the county as described in the RFP, reputation of vendor and vendor services, reporting capabilities, and quality of response and services. The finalist contract would be either United Healthcare or Cigna for the medical, pharmacy, spending accounts, and COBRA. And the finalist, Standard or MetLife, will be chosen for the life and accidental death and sorry, and short-term and long-term disability. It's a tongue twister. On page 7, as mentioned, the finalist, United Healthcare, is the incumbent, and Cigna was chosen as best and final. Here we are picturing the estimated costs for the January 2026 health plan. The current contract is listed in the first column, and then we have the best and final offers from United Healthcare and from Cigna. On the medical administration fees, the United Healthcare, they provide you a per employee per month pharmacy credit, which is against the, for the rebates, which goes against your administrative cost, which is why that administration cost looks a little bit lower. You do get, under the UHC contract, the benefit of rebates earned versus what they've given you as the administrative fee holiday, whereas Cigna will pay you pharmacy rebates July 1st and January 1st with a reconciliation at the end of the year. If we turn to page 8, the highlight of the offers, United Healthcare, because they're the incumbent, if you choose to award the business to United Healthcare, employees would continue on the same network with the same providers. United Healthcare did increase their wellness allowance from $200,000 to $265,000. That's an annual allowance. And United Healthcare has offered an administrative allowance if you would like to hire an individual to help with service on your benefit plan. As I mentioned earlier, the pharmacy rebates are paid on a per employee per month credit to the administrative fees, and then any rebates earned above that fixed rebate credit are retained by United Healthcare. On the Cigna offer, they have given $135,000 administrative fee holiday for the first year of the contract. They've provided a $75,000 technology credit to be used to offset the cost of a benefits administration system. They've also given additional funds for wellness, implementation, and communications. Cigna has offered a position, an on-site navigator. This person would be a Cigna employee and would be able to assist employees managing their day-to-day benefits questions and also be the wellness champion to help with the initiatives around, for the Human Resources Department's activities around wellness. They have also offered a personal health team. This health team is a dedicated, personalized medical management model which allows employees to be cared for in if they have chronic illness, cancers, et cetera, so they will have personalized support in their health journey. They are also offering the government and education customer service vertical. This is solely for employers in the government and education space. And so the customer service representatives are more knowledgeable about some of the items that affect our government and education employees at McLennan. There's also a personal champion program. This is an advocacy program for individuals who have complex, difficult diagnosis, and they have an advocate that will be assigned to them to help them with any and all issues relating to that concern. And finally, as I mentioned, the pharmacy rebate minimum guarantees will be paid January 1st and July 1st with an annual reconciliation so that if the rebates earned on your contract exceed those payments, you will receive the difference. On page 9, the last time I was here, we talked about the 2026 health plan cost projection. As a reminder, the health plan is on a calendar year basis, so we are looking at calendar year information here. We've added the impact of the United Healthcare contract best and final offer and the Cigna best and final offer. As you can see from looking at these columns, there are slight differences in administrative fees, which include stop-loss premiums, the pharmacy rebates, and then we have not adjusted the county funding for employee contributions or county contributions. We had come and spoken about a 2026 projection that would be $788,000 deficit. With the United Healthcare contract, we estimate that to be 1.3 million versus the Cigna of the 151,000. Are there questions on that before I turn to the life?
So the main driver of that is this pharmacy rebate, correct?
The pharmacy rebate, yes, and also the stop-loss premiums.
Okay, and then there was a note that said stop-loss premiums would be
So the stop-loss.
contingents requiring updated claims.
Yes. So we did go back to both of the finalists and ask them about the stop-loss premiums that they had included.
How's that feel, everybody?
Thank you. So we did talk to both United Healthcare and Cigna about the stop-loss premiums. United Healthcare has told us that they are firm in that number. It will not decrease. Cigna has told us that their stop-loss, although contingent, they do not expect it to change from what they submitted in the bid significantly.
Back on page 8, questions, the 170,000 administrative allowance by United Healthcare, and then they have a on-site navigator, which will still be a Cigna employee. How is that? How would that be administered? Are they saying $170,000 allowance to hire someone to just handle claims and stuff?
Yeah, so the United Healthcare offer is that you would hire somebody who would be essentially an on-site person to support employee questions about benefits, things of that nature.
So, okay, go ahead.
So they would be, but there's not a true job description, or at the finalist presentation, they couldn't really articulate what this person would do, as opposed to the Cigna person. That is a defined role where they brought a job description and a reference of somebody who had that. This person is specialized in Cigna and can help employees not only with their benefits, but also helping them use the Cigna programs that are attached to, such as chronic condition coaching, healthy living coaching, and then also earning incentives under the plan.
I think the thing that kind of concerns me would be in 3 years, if you decided to move from, let's say you went with the United Healthcare and in 3 years decided to move away from them, that position ceases to be funded then.
Right. Our concern was that there wasn't a clear defined role outlined and how their service, they're not going to be trained by United Healthcare. They're not going to have access to United Healthcare systems. And so it wouldn't really offer that much more service than the HR office is already offering its employees.
Right.
With the claims assistance, because we serve currently as a liaison to that third-party administrator to figure out their claims questions or coverage questions.
Future funding always concerns me too.
Exactly.
The other one would be on the, what is annual upside reconciliation?
So-
We go to the bargaining table?
No. So Cigna has estimated the value of the rebates based on utilization.
Right.
They will pay you that minimum amount that's written in the offer. If your utilization is different and more rebates are earned than what they've said that what they've paid in January and July, you will receive the difference.
We'll receive the difference, okay, okay. Whereas United, they keep any
Correct.
rebates earned above the fixed rate.
Correct.
Okay.
How many hours a week would the on-site navigator be required to be on campus?
That would be determined by the HR team. I think some of the clients have them on full-time, some of them, have them going to other campuses or sites. It
Is that
really,
defined, excuse me for interrupting, is that,
Yeah, is it in the,
yeah,
is that contract, is there
We
like
need to know
is there
exactly.
word?
yes, it would be,
Is there
dis-
wording in the contract? that-
yes, that would be at the discretion of the county, and we would outline that
In the final
in
agreement.
the final agreement.
any other questions?
Any other questions on the medical? Okay, so, great, we'll turn over to the life, ADD, and disability, I'm not gonna say that again. The finalists here are the Standard and MetLife, both of which came in for presentations, as I mentioned. The highlights of those offers, and just as a reminder, the disability products are voluntary. The basic life is paid for by the county. The Standard did reduce the active employee rate, which lowered the estimated annual premium. They have included an employee assistance program, which would be eligible for all employees to participate in. On the supplemental life, they have slightly lower rates than current. Guaranteed issue on the Standard increases from 150,000 to 200,000 for employees, meaning that when they enroll, they're guaranteed 200,000 in coverage without evidence of insurability. And for spouses, that is increased from 30,000 to 50,000. They also have a true open enrollment, which allows employees who may not have chosen these coverages in the past to enroll in them without evidence of insurability at the guaranteed issue. And then they have improved the pre-existing condition limit, meaning that the look-back period right now for a pre-existing condition to be covered is 12 months. That would be shortened to 3 months, which makes it easier for employees to obtain the coverage. On MetLife, they did reduce the rates on basic life and AD&D, although not as much as the Standard. There is a slight increase on the supplemental life, they are not offering an open enrollment. The benefits are rates for voluntary short-term disability are matched to current, and voluntary long-term disability rates increased, but also the pre-existing limitation was improved on that offer as well. We did on page 12 highlight just the differences in price from current, the basic life on the top, the supplemental life on the bottom. Again, the basic life would be paid by the county. Supplemental is chosen by the employee. On page 13, on the voluntary short-term, we can see the differences in price there, the standard having a slightly lower price, and then the voluntary, the standard having just a slight increase on the long-term disability, where MetLife matched the current.
Questions?
If I can just comment on the process taken. And so from the beginning or opening of the RFP, there were a lot of submissions and questions from respondents, and I think HUB did a fabulous job in fielding all those questions and then also synthesizing all the information received in a way that purchasing, HR, and Dustin were able to really sink our teeth into and get really great side-by-side comparisons to be able to offer both HUB and the court kind of our feedback on this is what we're seeing employees need, and these are the plans that we feel not only are the most cost-effective, but also respond to employee needs. So we feel really confident about these finalists and then the recommendation for each of the plans now moving forward.
Well, just, I guess it's a question, and I'm not knowing for sure which way we're going, recommendations. And we're currently under United Healthcare, and Cigna looks like they've got a good proposal also. I think there's probably something in here that you can explain as far as disruption analysis. How many current providers in our county and locally take Cigna versus United Healthcare, and what type of, are we going to lose providers, gain providers, and so forth?
Sure. If we turn to the appendix on page 16, we did both of those activities where we looked at the network, geographic access, and then also a provider disruption and a network and a claims projection. So Cigna and United Healthcare, Cigna being in the middle, United Healthcare being on the end. If we look at the primary care, the first geographic access point, to primary care physicians within 10 miles of, and this is of employees' homes. Cigna has a 96% match, and United Healthcare has a 91% match. So what that tells you is that Cigna has more primary care physicians in the geographic area than United Healthcare. So that's how you would interpret that. On the disruption for provider match, which is the next column, Cigna has a 96% match. United Healthcare had a 98% match. So there could be potential, just a small amount of disruption there. However, there is if Cigna is chosen and somebody finds that their provider is not in the network, we can then provide that to Cigna, and they will determine if they can bring that provider into the network. A lot of times for when you see the disruption, it's around chiropractors, those types of services. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
that was a concern. Thank you.
And then just to highlight the next two appendix, we don't have to go through them, but we did look at the top facilities and the top non-facility, so provider matches, and Cigna and United Healthcare both match on those top ones, with the exception of, there's the Baylor Scott and White Transplant Services would be in network with Cigna, currently out of network with United. Or non-contracted.
Question, comment?
Where is that?
On page 17.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't see any no's all the way down Cigna's line. Is that correct? Am I?
Correct.
Okay. And only one in,
United
one in
Healthcare.
United Health. Okay, and
Correct.
that was the, okay, transplant services, okay.
Questions?
That was my question. How do the networks compare? I mean, I've already, in my research, I've already found one that doesn't, that's not a network, and I may not be looking in the right exact spot, but it's a doctor of mine. So that's just neither here nor there, so.
Okay. Well, that's important to me.
I just wonder, that it's not gonna be exactly seamless or
Correct. And so there is and not to get too detailed, but there is a very thorough implementation process that Hub will lead with Cigna if they are chosen, so that we can look at utilization in the last 12 months, both on pharmacy and medical, so that we can be aware of potential disruption and start working on that now before January 1st. Also, Cigna does have, as part of their offer, what they call a pre-enrollment line, which will be available to employees to call before January 1st if they have questions about how is my drug going to be covered, is my doctor in the network. And there's also a transition of care process. So if somebody is undergoing a care, maternity or something like that, it would be bridged over to Cigna if they were not in the network.
To address Commissioner Jones's comment about that he is aware of, the one doctor, are you saying between now and there's a possibility that one could get added?
If we would have to bring that to Cigna and
Yeah, I
Cigna's
understand.
credentialing
There'd be an
team.
effort around that, and so
Yes, absolutely.
one of the things that might be important, Anna, is to roll this out about who's covered and who's not, and so we can identify those health providers that may not be on it now. The possibility is we could, in the transition, those would be put on Cigna's deal if we choose Cigna.
Yes. And I think it's just identifying that within the data that Hub had already compiled and through claims to see which of these providers specifically identify them and flag them as an interest in adding them to the Cigna network.
Pharmaceuticals, local. Can you just, off the top of your head, tell us what pharmacies are included in the network and which ones
aren't?
Aren't?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's only so many big pharmacy providers here in McLennan County, I guess. In reality, do we know, is anybody outside of the network? Like is H-E-B, Walgreens, CVS?
Circle Drugs, get the small ones in.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, have we looked at that to see what that looks like?
Yeah, so we do, Walgreens, CVS, HEB are all in the Cigna network. The Circle K, I would have to.
No, it's Circle Drug.
Circle Drug.
Yeah, I mean, not,
You can
Circle
buy,
K, you can get your prescription
Sorry.
six-pack.
Yeah, right?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. I didn't
I was
gas,
going
I'm
there, or in the
sorry.
parking lot, you can get something else.
Yeah.
Yeah, Circle Drug, sorry.
Yeah, Circle Drug, Lynn's Pharmacy,
Lynn's
it's private,
Pharmacy,
Lynn's.
small operators that are
but
important to us.
they're very much utilized locally.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Liz can probably get a more expansive list of all the pharmacies, but I think one of the key differences in the pharmacy providers between the both plans currently, our maintenance drugs are restricted to either Walgreens or Optum mail-in service. On the Cigna pharmacy now, they would have the option, if they had a maintenance drug, to purchase that at retail 30-day at other pharmacies and not be limited to just Walgreens or Optum.
But if they went to the 90-day, then it would be back through the,
So, on the 90-day, you can choose CVS or Walgreens or mail order under the Cigna plan.
okay.
So it
But
seems
you
a
could
lot more
get the 90
flexible.
days, though, at your regular retail at network prices, correct, under Cigna?
On, at any.
There'd be more flexibility in the,
There would be
Yes,
more
there's more
flexibility.
flexibility, yes, because you can choose.
because right
CVS
now,
or
the only
Walgreens.
way that you can get 90 days is through mail order or Walgreens.
Correct. Correct. So you could choose CVS if you wanted for that 90-day.
I don't even know, does Scott and White still have a pharmacy over in town? They still have a pharmacy? I know Scott and White's in the network.
I got one in Bellmead and one in North.
Then they have one at their Hillcrest like campus
Yes.
too.
On site?
That's right.
Okay.
That's the one I use.
Was is it in the network? Is it gonna be in this?
Yes, it
Cigna?
should be.
Okay, okay. If that's the way we go. I don't know where we're headed, but I haven't seen that part yet, so.
And so based on the information that Hub has compiled and their history with both of the third-party administrators with other clients, and they're sharing their insights, purchasing, Dustin and HR would recommend Cigna for our third-party administrator, pharmacy, stop-loss, and spending accounts, and then we would recommend the standard for the life and disability products.
Question before we get to if y'all are recommending Cigna then, so our spending accounts are with Optum, United Healthcare Optum. How's that transfer gonna, how's that gonna work?
They have their own bank, right?
Correct. Cigna uses HSA Bank. And what would happen is during implementation, we would do something which is called a bulk transfer. So we would take the accounts from Optum and move them to HSA Bank would be one option. Or the county could choose to let individuals make that choice. And they could keep their accounts with Optum and open a new account with HSA Bank, because to the extent that the county contributes to the HSA savings account, it would have to be into the HSA bank.
Any other questions?
It's about a $1.2 million difference. That's significant.
Yeah, that's what that's not as gloom and doom as it looked, right?
Yeah, so we go from a
Almost 800,000.
$1.3 million deficit to 150,000, so.
Kind of like that.
I think
The
that's,
other thing's all, all the insurances, premiums are getting higher, deals are tighter and all that, so
This is a
What we have to do is roll
two-year.
out the difference, no matter who you went to, it's gonna be higher. And this is less higher than the other one.
Yes.
Is this a 2-year contract?
3-year with options for year 4 and 5.
Yeah.
We don't want to have to bid it out every
No.
Correct.
year.
That's
It's
what I
a
was
lot-
hoping, we didn't have to do this every year.
It's a lot of work.
Lot of
Two
reading.
well-known providers. They're both extremely well-known. Cigna's got a great name, as far as I know.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing that's important too is these bigger companies probably have a more robust fraud detection piece that could hurt us, as we know from the past. So, and I'm assuming that, but you would think they would have a very robust fraud protection piece to it. Okay,
So what happens now?
so what happens now, Anna?
The court would decide or approve on awarding the bid to a particular third-party administrator and then vendor for life and disability. And Ken probably knows if it can help me out on the specific wording that has to be used, or
We just recommend that, and it's a court decision if you accept our recommendation.
And that was on it, and that was,
Yeah.
say it again, Anna.
If you, I can read it.
Okay, read it, read it.
Thank you.
Let me see, following through the review of the responses received for the request for best and final offer, we respectfully submit the following recommendation for TPA/ASO services, pharmacy benefit management, stop-loss coverage, health savings accounts, Section 125 administration, and COBRA services. We recommend awarding the contract to Cigna, the Cigna Group. And for the basic life, accidental death, and dismemberment, voluntary life, short-term disability, long-term disability insurance, we recommend awarding the contract to the Standard Insurance Company. And I will say the Standard Insurance Company was a surprise to us, but I think well warranted in this recommendation.
All right, thank you. Any questions for Ken or Anna on that, how that was stated? Or any recommended modifications or anything? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Make a motion to accept the recommendation for our 2026 health plan as recommended by our purchasing director, Ken Bass.
Second.
And HR and Dustin.
He wants to share the credit or the
Yeah.
criticism, one or the other.
Well, no, this was hard work.
Yes, it was.
And so I think
Appreciate
everyone
all of y'all.
needs to be acknowledged in the work and the time they
agree.
spend.
So acknowledged, thank you very much.
I've worked on this before, so.
Do we have a motion? Did we have a second? Did you?
Not yet.
Yes,
We have a motion.
Second.
there
Motion
was
and
a
a
second right there.
Yeah, I thought you second. All right, we have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank y'all.
thank
Thank y'all
y'all.
very, very much.
Now the real work.
Francis, is that in your numbers now, or you have to redo?
So, with that amount, that $150,000 amount, I don't know if that's something that, then that would be something separate if you choose to let that sit, or whatever the recommendation would be, I think, from HUB, with that amount of money, but.
Of course, that's a budget impact thing, but I think we put it to discuss on how we handle that 150. And so I don't, if it's okay with the court, I'd like to hold that just a little bit, and then before we adopt everything, we'll come back to that and see how, I think things are gonna be pretty tighter than we thought it was last week, and so, do that, that's okay.
Okay.
Is that all right with the court? We're okay with that? All right, thank you.
And Judge, if we could we accept F5A, that presentation from HUB for recording purposes?
Yes.
So move.
Second.
There's a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
5 minutes?
Yeah.
We'll take a break.
5-minute what, break? Okay.
Finish.
All right, let's recess for 5 minutes or so.
Recording stopped.
Are we up to budget? Okay.
Yeah, budget.
Okay, so, I feel like this is really loud. So today, we need to check off a few things, clarify a few things, to move forward with the proposed budget. We're gonna, of course, circle back to general fund, see where we stand right now and what the changes were since we met, week before last. And then I know where there's some items, of course, that you were still discussing that we will circle back to. So first, just to be sure that we are transparent and that, you know, we're not putting anything in the proposed budget that we have not looked at together, we're gonna just real quick look at Fund 401, the Permanent Improvement Fund. So TJ Jackson was with us a few weeks ago now, and we went through the list of the new requested projects. And so there is a new update to the line item for the remodel at JP5. And so it previously was at right under 225,000. And so this moves it up to about 402,000. And so if you have any questions, I know he can speak to that. But, you know, this number may be ever changing. They may end up spending more in this fiscal year, which would not require as much money in next year. But yes, this one did start out in Fund 401, but I think the judge was saying, you know, yes, it is, of course, something that could go in a bond fund as well.
Yeah.
But we just wanted to keep y'all in the.
I think it needs to be moved to the bond fund.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't. I just
okay.
wanted to go back to this
Okay,
quickly.
okay.
And this is kind of cart before the horse, but we needed the budget to be there before you guys see the bids. Ken will bring the bids back, I believe, next Tuesday, so you'll be able to see them. But those costs are coming in significantly higher than what we ever imagined. And it's due to a couple things. Not only just the inflation of construction cost over the past year and a half, but also the soil content of where JP5 is located. The slab is crazy expensive. Slab is over $70,000 by itself.
Engineered,
So
well, 70,000 wouldn't be engineered.
it is definitely engineered, yeah. There are tons of concrete and tons of rebarb, just because of the quality of the soil is so bad.
It's on field.
Yeah, all fill, lots of it. Lots. So that number is significantly higher than we ever thought it would be. So, you know, it's an 800 square foot renovation to the facility, or actually addition to the facility. Those numbers are high, very high.
How many square feet?
800.
800 square feet, divide that into 400,000.
That's not
Yeah.
good.
It's not good,
Too early.
yeah.
So we wanted to, you know, make sure the amount was brought to all of you, to your attention. And it sounds like we will leave it here for now. When those bids come back, Ken, did you say that was on the next agenda, or?
Yeah, for the.
Okay, so when those bids come back, if you want, we can revisit this conversation, and if y'all want to move that project to the bond fund, we can.
I don't
What
know
it
why
would
we
do.
would.
Okay, well, we can go ahead and do that. What it will do here in Fund 401 is just, of course, zero out this line, and it'll increase contingencies.
Okay.
And so, I think that would be wise, because that, of course, we are not transferring anything into this fund this year, so that'll give you, a little more for smaller projects as they arise throughout the years, so.
So we're gonna move it to bond.
Yes, we can
Okay.
go ahead,
I'm
we'll go
good with
ahead
that.
and pull that out here, so,
I'm good with that.
perfect. Thank you, TJ.
Thank you, TJ.
And so next, also just to make sure we check everything off, we're just gonna do a very high-level review of special revenue funds. The packet that was passed out to you, just their top sheet, this lists all of our special revenue funds that you have control over the budgets of. We have a lot of funds that the budgets fall outside your direct authority, but these are the ones that do, so they are part of our budget document. And so I just thought, kind of high level, this was good just to get a glimpse of how much is sitting in these funds. And so you'll see there, we've estimated the beginning fund balance for next year, what we anticipate for revenues, and then we budget all the expenditures in these funds. The majority of them have the balance plugged to contingencies, and so what that does is just allow you all to spend these funds when needed. They have to come to you for a budget amendment, of course, but that's why we're estimating the ending fund balance at 0. And the budgets for each of these, I know we've had them out there, a lot of them are just routine expenditures that we keep in these funds year after year. And so there's been some tweaks there based on trends, but not a whole lot of change. I do want to point out in Fund 10, which is our Records Management Fund, there was a capital outlay request for a large book scanner. And that is something that John Carter talked with you about when he presented his budgets. So that is, a more one-time cost in that fund. And then in Fund 15, Courthouse Security Fund, same thing, when the Sheriff's Office spoke on their budget request, this was pointed out. But there is also a one-time cost there of the courthouse camera replacement project, $125,000, that fits into the special revenue fund. So those are two things that are a little bit different from previous years. And I do want to, I thought it was good just to kind of look at them as a whole, because we use these funds to fund quite a big chunk of our operating expenditures. For instance, Fund 141 is our Justice Court Support Fund. So we have enough coming in there right now that we cover about $120,000 of JP personnel expenses annually. And so that is just assisting the general fund. That's ad valorem taxes that you're not having to increase for those costs. Same with like Court Reporter Service Fund, your Language Access Fund, your Law Library Fund. Those are expenses that you would have no matter what. And so just having these funds to help supplant those costs is very helpful. And we just don't talk about them a whole lot, but wanted to shine the light on those.
On any of these funds that are dedicated, I call dedicated funds, special revenues, are there any allowable administrative fees on any of these that can be pulled from them? To go back to general fund, are there any administrative fees that are allowable by law?
Administrative and
As keeping up with it, like?
Oh, I think you could look at it from that angle. Sometimes there's admin costs and grants where it says, hey, you can use a percentage.
Right, that's what I was getting to
But I mean, that's when you're getting into like, do you spread our cost? Do you spread HR's cost, per employee? Each of these has its very own distinct statute that outlines what the eligible costs are. And I feel like it is, to me, very direct about what it allows and doesn't allow. And so I think when you get into that indirect cost portion, it sometimes blurs the lines. It's just very subjective. But we do try to utilize these to their full capacity as much as possible. And then some of them leave a little bit so that when you have a project that comes up, there are funds there that you can rely on. So any questions on those funds outside of general fund? So we can just check them off.
Questions? Proceed.
Okay, so now we will go back, of course, to general fund. I'm going to share my screen. So I have this pulled up, and when I share, oh, it's right here. I'm sorry. Bear with me. Okay. So this is just a handful of slides that I just want to make sure we're all on the same page before we keep moving forward. And so these four, I think it's 4 slides, these are in what we passed out as well, if that's helpful. So this first slide up here, so this is currently, as of this minute of this day, what general fund looks like. And so it's going to look a little different than we left it a week and a half ago, and we're going to go through why. But just to kind of remind us what we have worked through the last month and a half, included in here is your COLA for all non-step employees of the 1.76%. We have embedded in here 1.2 million for step pay employee scenarios, specifically 1.2 out of general fund. There was the night pay differential specific for RNs. There was handfuls of salary increases that were recommended by HR. We worked through all of those, and there were some that you approved. There were some increases compared to prior year for some outside entities. So some outside entities we kept at a prior year level, and then some we did increase. So like we're transferred to WIMDEC, our public health district. And so of course we worked through all of those. And then just multiple operating increases and decreases that we went through over the last month. And so all of those conversations are rolled into this one page now. As of this moment. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about why this looks a little different since we left on July 17th. So on the second page that we passed out, or excuse me, it might be the third page we passed out, but of this slide deck, and I have it pulled up there as well. So this will show you what the general fund looked like when we left that Thursday afternoon on July, it says 18th, but I think it was the 17th. And so if you remember, we had kind of worked and tweaked some numbers so that we came to a 32% fund balance figure. And so that's what that first column reflects. Since that time, the middle column there will show you adjustments. And so I'm going to walk through those. So you will see that our estimated beginning fund balance has increased by $824,000. And so last week, we repulled all actual numbers. We reproject all expenditures and revenues. There's a lot of activity that has occurred in the last month that we can play off of and get a better idea of where we'll land. And so, like I said, that had to do with revenue and expenditure projections and just really tweaking what we expect to happen. And so that's why your estimated beginning fund balance has increased. Moving down, your estimated current tax revenues. So we had left this on the week before last with a 2-cent increase on the current tax rate. And so it was at 91 for general fund, about a $92 million in ad valorem revenue related to that rate. As I know you have seen now, certified values came back and our certified value dropped about $711 million. And so you'll see there that decrease of $2.4 million in revenue there in that middle column that's reflected in that drop in the taxable value. So just unfortunate there, but. And then other revenues, like I said, we kind of went through, we reprojected, we re-estimated. And so based on a couple more months of data, we were able to increase our estimate for other revenues by that $94,000. Any questions so far? Just walking it forward.
No question.
Okay.
I would make the comment between now and the end of this fiscal year, any budget or expenditure requests that we approve that come from general or 001 will take away from projections, right?
Yes, so we do have embedded there, like, okay, we know we're gonna spend a little of this contingencies and just kind of based on history. And so we've tried to accommodate some of that. But if you come forward and say, hey, here's a $500,000 new thing that we've never heard of, that, of course, that would, yes, set you back. But we're hoping that usually our projections come out pretty close. And,
Did the
you know, some will
projections,
fall under
did you
and
just
some will
say that the projections include spending all of contingency?
No, I think some of it, just, and again, just based on history, it's hard to know. There are some lines that we know that are very big lines that probably will bust before year end. So if those are gonna go over, we will pull that from
And
contingency.
we're talking about countywide, 001.
Yes.
Oh,
So we have to look at it as a whole.
Excuse me.
No, go ahead.
So you're saying like if it's discretionary that we can spend it this year or next year, we make that decision and decide maybe not to spend it this year to have more move over to the prior year, next year?
If you said no more movement out of 001, period, then that would obviously maintain our
Yes, and
ending balance.
Well, it kind of kicks the can down the road a little bit, but still it may be a strategy to use because you're still gonna have to pay it. It's just gonna be.
Possibly.
Yeah.
I was hoping they'd forget about it, but
a lot of those big amendments that come at year end and right after are those things that can't do anything about medical services,
I understand
indigent
that.
defense,
I understand.
so utilities sometimes, and so, but no, that's a good. So we have tried to incorporate some of those thoughts already in there, but. And then moving down to expenditures, so we have decreased expenditures by about 266,000. And this is primarily due to juvenile. So what you see in general fund for juvenile is a large lump sum transfer to their local fund. Since we last met, they received their final grant numbers for the next biennium. And so looking at that, we had allotted some money for the COLA that they would be getting. And so that has, in total, decreased what we had allotted in general fund for juvenile by about 200,000. And so we were able to make that accommodation. And then there's just some handfuls of other tweaks that we have made. For instance, COLA, we've been looking at a COLA number for some time. When we layer that in, we then use that 4% vacancy factor. So just some things that it's getting it all finalized. It's just never to the penny, just because we're looking at a lot of estimates. So. And so then that's how we get to that final right side column that you'll now see in the spreadsheet, ending about 1.2 million less than we had originally planned on the 17th. And so again, just to kind of put this in perspective, so this next sheet, that left box, that is what our current fiscal year, FY25, looks like. And so you'll see there the bottom line in orange, that is the gap between revenues and expenditures. So in our current year, we're right over 21 million. And of course, that is what we were eating out of fund balance, which was bringing our fund balance down to the amount you wanted it to. So nothing wrong with that. It's just that we did have excess fund balance to cover that. In the second box where it has the green figure at the top, that is the rate for next year, increasing it by 2 pennies. And so you'll see there, it's what we have in the spreadsheet right now. You'll see there over to the right that it's an increase in revenues of about 12.4 million, an increase in expenditures of about 3 million. So if you compare what you have in expenditures right now to the current year, right under 3 million. And then you'll see there at the bottom in orange for that scenario, we're right under 12 million as far as that gap between revenues and expenditures, if we left it where it was today. And then just so you kind of get the perspective on the far right box, that's if you didn't adjust the tax rate. You'll see there that that gap between revenues and expenditures increases to nearly 18 million. And so that's where we've then looked, okay, future speaking, we don't want that to burden us the next few years. And so.
But it goes from 21 and 25 to 17 and 26?
Correct. Yes, sir.
With the tax rate.
With the current.
The tax rate staying the same?
Staying
Staying the same.
So I just wanted to kind of put that, I think,
And
in different
that's
perspective.
based on the fact that the property values will
Yeah, drop to.
Yes, sir.
increase
And so
from 25 to 26.
going to the 2 cent narrows that gap to 12 million, 11,800,000.
Yes, sir.
Still a gap.
Yes. And so kind of playing off that, then your next sheet. These are some spreadsheets that we looked at a couple of weeks ago, but I have just updated it now with all of the information we know. And so if you'll look at that second column for 26, that's with the 2 cent. This scenario is with 2 pennies and keeping it constant for the next few years after that. So you'll see there again in orange, we have brought down that gap to about 12 million. And then with all of my assumptions, as we move forward, each year that gap draws down. Your fund balance percentage drops as well, but a lot of variables at play. So
That's
we
using an assumption that the tax base is growing at what?
correct, so that it's growing at 5%. So what we saw, sorry, I mean to.
And that's a historical, you kind of carried, how far back did you go?
I've been looking about 10 years.
Okay, good. That's
And we've
fine.
had some really high ones, and then
Yeah.
this year it was it ended up being, if you just look at the actual taxable value, there's so many values that are at play, but the actual taxable one that we calculate off of, it increased 4.55%. And that is probably the lowest we've seen in quite some time.
Right.
So, and I have embedded 5% for the next year.
Okay, yeah, good. That's good.
But this sheet as well, you'll see there at the bottom of FY '26, you'll see 34%. And so that is because this scenario has the assumption that we will come 3% under budget. And so, when we look back at the spreadsheet here in a second, it's assuming we spend everything down to the penny. This has that assumption buried into it, so.
How much was that?
I have 3% under budget.
So, to be clear, the 0.34 is the unassigned fund balance percentage?
Yes, with
Is
the
it?
3% under budget fund assumption.
Okay.
But staying constant,
No, it doesn't, it drops.
it
It
drops
does.
on 2027 and
Yes,
2028, assuming the 2 pennies are constant for 3 years.
yes. And 5%,
33,980.05.
yes, and 5% growth, 3% under budget.
A lot of assumptions.
I have a percentage in there for the other revenues as well and expenditure growth. So it's allowing expenditures to grow and revenues grow. But again, depending on if one variable does something very different, it changes that bottom number very, very quickly. And I think looking at the future here, you can kind of play off the scenario and say, okay, next year, we may want to look at, let's keep our expenditure growth to this percentage. And, I know we look through each line item, but looking here, it's just, you can play it out and say, we have to stick to this percentage of growth each year. And I think this year is a good example of that. We definitely kept below what I have assumed for the future years.
What is that 2026, the 160 million expenditures, what percent growth is that over current? What is that, a 3%? What are you figuring there, 3%, or what is? One.
So that 160 is
3
just
divided by
based on what
150.
what you have in the budget this year.
Okay. And what is that percent-wise over
Let me look real quick.
current?
I have the amount, but
Be basically 3 divided by 157 or something? Or,
1 second, I'll get it. I want to get it exact for you. And so that one's the same as this one, divided by 157,353. So what you have in the budget now is 1.9% increase over last year. And I have pulled out all the transfers for permanent improvement and all that to
that's
not.
pretty close to COLA, isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty close to cost of living, yeah.
And so we've had some decreases here and there also to help accommodate that. So,
Okay, thank you.
of course.
So what is, you didn't do a 1 cent increase, like over the next few years? Or
What that looks like.
Next couple of years, what that looks like?
Yes, I will. I don't have it on this. 1 second, I'll pull it up.
It's gonna make this year really bad.
My pen go.
Okay, so this is, I believe I have all these updated as well. These are those same scenarios. I think Commissioner Jones was asking if you increased a penny, what that looked like. And so here is that scenario with all the current information plugged in. So you'll see there, this one, it does get us to 33% this year, but then it drops much quicker through the years. And of course, your gap isn't decreasing as quickly either. But that is 1 penny. Yes, 1 penny.
I know you've been lowering the tax rate for the last 8 years, which has been phenomenal, but if you change it, fluctuate it every other year or every year, is that something that can be done?
What's that?
If you want to fluctuate the tax rate.
Yeah, every year we make that decision, so.
Because I've lowered for the last 8 years, which is like 21 cents in a whole, in 8 years.
Yes, always, every year, it's a new decision, and you have those guidelines as the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate, but other than that, it is your decision as the court.
So, we're assuming if our assumptions are overstated or understated, that's gonna, assumptions on everything, but it includes the revenue side.
That happens every year, right, assumptions?
Every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, every year. And so, if you fix something, how long are you trying to fix it for? And it's,
Yes, sir.
Of course, one court can't commit to another, other one's obligation, but, on these kind of things anyway.
And I think, me mentioning you have a year increases, year decreases. Like you said, we had originally decreased 21 cents over the last 9 years. So when you take a 2-cent increase, if that's something you're going to do, then that's a 19 cent decrease over the last decade.
What is have y'all calculated the no new revenue rate and the taxpayer approved revenue rate?
So
Voter approved?
that was late breaking yesterday. So your no new revenue rate is 3. The de minimis rate gets played into here too, but the no new revenue rate is 312,574.
312,574.
Yes.
And
your voter approval is 413377. And I can
413377. Okay.
and we can look at those. I have those kind of built into our spreadsheet, or if you want to look at those and see what, just curiosity's sake, what those look like. So any other questions or thoughts or discussion you want to have, let me know. But I just wanted to just kind of, where are we at today and what does that look like? What does that look like for the future? What have we accomplished in the last month? So,
Couple of comments.
Next,
Couple
of course.
comments or questions. Number one, today we will vote on a proposed tax rate, which
Yes, sir.
would be split out M&O and INS. We can go lower, but we can't go higher based on today's vote.
correct.
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 Okay, go lower, we can't go higher.
Yes.
Okay.
Because today, when you propose, it then gives the public, hey, this is our official approved rate now, and the budget, and the budget that goes along with it. And so,
But do we approve a budget today also?
no, we will file the proposed budget, but you don't take action on it. We take it as when our discussion ends. That's why we keep taking consensus and making sure everyone feels good about it, because we're going to have that document and we're going to file that.
So any changes that we choose to make to the budget expenditure, to the budgets, needs to take place today?
Well, it
So
can go
it
on
can't-
for 2 or 3 more weeks.
Yes.
I mean,
So what
there's
we'll-
nothing that says we can't, as long as it doesn't affect the tax rate.
We can lower the tax.
We can lower the
You can't
tax
raise it.
rate.
Correct.
We can lower it, we can't raise it.
Yeah.
Anything after today has to be record vote.
Yeah, so I'll summarize. So you will vote on a proposed rate today, and then you can lower it until you adopt, cannot increase it over your
Right,
proposal.
right.
We will also just file the proposed budget today, where everyone has access to it, knows your intent. You can continue to make as many changes to that as you want to. And like Commissioner Jones said, each of those actions we take as a record vote. And then it's when we adopt the proposed with all of your actions taken since then, so that it's very clear.
Okay.
What?
But if we choose to discuss personnel more today, or
Yes, and we
sometime
will.
in the future.
We will today.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
And then, like you said, you have the month of August, also August 26th is our adopt date, so.
So both sides are still open, from the standpoint of expenses and revenue. And so, we'll get into those discussions, but before the day's out, we need to set a rate.
Yes.
Remember, or knowing that we can lower the rate but we can't raise it. And, you know, those things.
And every entity is different. Some entities start today, and the proposed budget is what we looked at July 1st, and then they work like into it. We work kind of behind the scenes so that our proposed budget is what you truly want to propose, not something different, So that, just recapping, thank you for being patient with me. And so I just wanted to make sure that everyone was understanding where we were today. And so now we just need to go back to the items that we still had not had full consensus on, and some things we just need to clarify. And so like you mentioned, personnel related is mostly what that is. But I did, I'm gonna stop sharing one second.
Three million.
Okay.
Okay, one quick thing, I say quick.
Yeah, 2.9 million.
When we met last, this came in literally, I think when we were walking out the door. But as you know, the city, of course, is working through their budget, same time we are. They had an increased request for the OSSF program to us. Their prior ask was right over 90,000, and it's now increased to 131,961.
90 was last year, is that what you're saying?
That was their request for this year.
Oh.
Last year, we were at 81,000
Okay, and the increase is for what?
to 131.
Yeah, but why?
So there was an increase to their IT services that got allotted here, which we've seen that in all of the budgets. Down at the bottom, and I have highlighted, there was, oh, no, you're good. There's an increase.
3.5% COLA?
3.5% COLA, some increase in maintenance costs for, of course, that program, and then an increase in group health for the employees there. And so that was sent to us, so I, of course, need to present that to you all. And then we also just wanted to clarify, this is the list of programs that we,
Is that in?
or, no, sir, I'm sorry. But just walking through those, you did accept the request that the city made for all of the departments except the library. So we brought the library down to this current year's amount. They asked for 1.3. In the proposed, we have 1.075. And so this is just one of those that I just have to bring to your attention.
What's
just
the
want to get your
increase
feelings
from
on.
current to what they're asking now on OSSF? How much?
Currently, so this year it's 81.
So they're going from 81 to 100 and what?
31,000.
81 is
Almost
19.
132,000.
That's 50.
And I'll tell you that this year's current number that's in there, you'll see it's the same as 2024. When we adopted the budget for 2025, we did not have all the information, and so the prior year's number got stuck in there. And so they probably were wanting a little more, but it was just what it was time-wise. And so, but like you said, about 50,000 from what we have currently in the budget.
It's a little bit like emergency management, and it's something we do together.
Correct.
And it's not exactly because we split 50-50 on, well, I guess we're doing the same.
So, and their budget for OSSF specifically, they take into account all of the revenue that comes in through the OSSF program. And so sometimes that's way more higher than they anticipate, sometimes it's less. But those permit fees that are being issued, that covers the cost, and then the remainder gets split between the city and the county. So like you said, just like emergency management.
Don't each individual incorporated area, in addition to McClellan County, pay a fee to belong to OSSF or not?
I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I think
I don't think that's-
started out, it was the city and the county, just like some other things.
That's the health district, that's the public health
It's
district.
part of the public health
Underneath that
district.
umbrella, yes, sir.
Well, I was thinking, so each city doesn't pay money
They
to
don't
belong to
They don't have
OSS?
wells. They have, most of them have, municipal water. And sewer.
Remember. Amy, do you know offhand? I don't really know offhand. So I was just curious if they upped their request to all, anybody else that,
No, I mean, when you look at their budget for OSSF, the revenue is permanent revenue and then our portion, our half of the remainder.
yeah.
So if there's something outside of that, I don't know. But this is just one that,
Can't think of another municipality though that has,
Septic tank.
septic tanks, so.
Probably a few, but I
Well,
doubt it.
There would be some that their sewage system doesn't reach out to the outer parts of their city limits. Would that be correct, Amy? Probably some of the smaller cities
Yeah.
still have septic within their municipality.
and so this is where, we have 90,000 plugged in there right now, which was the original preliminary request. So if you have any feelings about that higher request now, just let us know. If you want to leave it, increase it somewhere in the middle. But I know when you all talked about this before, knew that this was a service that
It's the
has to be
presentation that's
provided.
Well, where do they get the 3.5 COLA?
Yeah,
We're
who's,
1.76.
Yeah,
Why are they doubling their COLA?
yeah.
I think they use it to adjust the overall salaries, and we don't. We use separate things to.
Sure.
They do it very different than us.
I think we do a, better job.
Yes, sir.
Would it be possible to ask them to increase their fees to recoup some of this deficit instead of increasing the request to the county?
I think that is something that we could have a discussion with them. I don't know if those are set
They
by.
have to set their fee schedule when they set their budget, so right now they have the opportunity to do that.
Now, I know that they have what they call funding and non-funding cities and the amounts that each city is charged. I think that's to belong to the Waco-McLennan County Public Health District. And then how they divide that out in their budget to the different departments is probably discretionary on their part, OSSF and the restaurant, what am I trying to say? The
Health inspections.
health inspections, all of those are included in it as they belong to it. But all of the member cities pay an amount to.
And I think they have, for
But you're saying
funding purposes,
OSSF
OSSF is completely separate.
Is separate from all
I think it
that.
answers to the same little group of admin, there, but it's a completely separate
Yeah.
program. so.
Just
And it's
seems
something,
like
we can leave it where it is for now if y'all want to have some more discussions this next month or talk with the city. But again, I had to bring that forward since we did receive
Yeah,
it.
probably we're gonna have to do it, but my thought would be, get it to us quicker from the powers to be.
And, yes, I'll say it.
Make our life a lot easier if they would.
And I do think as part of the contract, by July 1st of each year, they are supposed to provide us with the proposed operating expenses. And by July 31st, we notify them back. Essentially, it's our program, it's our rules, they are administering it on our behalf, is the way I understand it.
We're not having to pay the administrative deal, just like on the litter abatement. Is that another example?
They reimburse us, litter abatement, they reimburse us dollar for dollar what we spend for payroll for
Okay.
those positions.
Okay.
The big difference, we don't put the auditor's office, HR, and all these other departments in every department here that we.
Yeah,
'cause
that's the
what-
way they're accounted
That's the way
for.
they do it, is they have to show all this stuff. I just think the presentation just is tough to look at.
Yeah.
And the difference in COLA is a little bit of a bother to me, to be honest with you. We're paying 176 and they're asking for a what?
3.5.
3.5. They're doubling COLA. Obviously, they're using some.
That comes up every year.
Yes.
Yeah, I wish somewhere in our agreements there was some kind of middle ground there.
And I do want to say, and Anna can add into this, but so earlier when we were talking about these contracts, we talked a little bit about the city's COLA. And so Anna did a quick like 5-year look back. And while the percentages were different each year, after that 5-year period, they were within a tenth of a point. Like our COLAs were 19% over that time frame, and the city's was like 19.6. It was something really close, just kind of for your information, though. Even though we come about it different ways, we were tracking closely. Now, this will, of course, inch the city a little bit further ahead with the double COLA and the way we propose.
I don't know about theirs for the last 5 years, Dustin, but I know in our last 5 years, we had one that I'd call it an anomaly, that we
Yes.
did a lot of catching up, that if you move that down would make a difference.
Right. And Commissioner, I believe they had something very similar in theirs too. Like I say, that 5-year period tracked within a tenth of, or within a, 5 or 6 tenths of a point.
So any thoughts there on adjusting that amount in the proposed, or
I guess we have a choice.
any combination of?
I guess we don't have a choice in my mind, so.
Just a local unfunded mandate, so to speak.
I'd like to see broke out how they spend it, but that's neither here nor there.
All right, what's next?
I think before we go on is that the one thing that does need to happen is there needs to be we need to look and see if those fees are they being increased every year, or, I mean, it's like.
I can find that out.
So.
We picking up the difference.
Justin, if you don't mind.
So that, I think that's important.
Yeah.
To keep, to keep up, so we don't get so we don't get a $50,000 bill in the mail.
Yeah, and so the taxpayer that is paying municipal sewer rates is also having to pay that. So it makes sense that we ask that question. So Dustin, if you don't mind, check on that.
Yes, sir. I'll get with them right now.
I guess the last, and I think we get a printout on it, so I'll just look back and see where I can see exactly how many in a year's time they inspect and how many of them they condemn or whatever. But I'll look that up. That's in the county.
Yeah. They inspect mine like clockwork, same time every year. It's always done.
Well, they require it to, if you're on a, aerobic, it's required every year to have an inspection by an outside, somebody certified.
Yeah.
And it's not them doing it necessarily, it's who does your service. So
Yeah, that's true.
that's another fee you pay.
Yeah, it is. $250. I think it's $250.
So we'll change that, and then further discussions I know need to be had just in general about that program. Also, while we are here, we were talking amongst ourselves and just wanted to clarify, out of these programs, the library was the one we brought down to 2025 levels. And I know that day we had that conversation, there was a lot of back and forth about that. And so we just wanted to confirm that was the intent there before we.
To go back to last year's.
For the library
That
specifically.
was my understanding.
Okay,
Anybody
just
have
making
a-
sure, because I know that's one that the city needs to know.
Yeah.
So we just wanted to
Agreed.
clarify.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Well,
Okay.
Yeah, and there was some talk about them shutting down some services at some of the branches to meet their budget requirements from the city. So
Right.
I think that's.
Yeah.
And so now, we're here, we just have a few personnel items that y'all were still discussing. And so I'll let Anna take over from here and present those. And so, where we were the step pay position adjustment, what that detail looked like. When we left, we were talking about the new position for JP4, but I know that there are other new positions that you may want to add to that list and ponder as well. And so those were the main two things that we needed to come back to. So.
I'm sorry, Francis. I can't move and listen at the same time. I heard step, and then what was the other thing?
So the step pay, and then, we had placed the JP4 position. like, as
Yes,
a-
okay.
As a preliminary, yes, but, just in case that, there's other discussion needs to happen for other new positions.
Okay, great. That's what I had on my radar to address with the court again. Let's see here. So I'm going to share my screen so we could see the list of kind of the undecided adds to staff for the court to consider. And then after that, I can jump into some updated step pay options based on the court's feedback from last session. Let me hide this.
Let's see, what did I do with that?
So here's the list. It seemed from the last sessions, the court's primary position that they wanted to come back and consider was JP Precinct 4's JP Court Clerk. And so that's the position right here being requested. And that's an increase of, for just salary, $43,492. I went ahead and placed the other ones up on the list that there was HR justification for if the court wanted to review those as well.
Didn't JP one this morning say that she was gonna pass on the new employee?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
If,
give
if
Yeah,
she-
but she wanted to raise on
Raise
the
for
other one, so does it justify it? Generally, the volume of work someone's done is not the driving thing about salary, it's how they're described as their job number or whatever you want to call it.
That's right. If there's a question of volume and that's a primary justification by the requesting department, HR doesn't typically recommend the salary adjustment because that doesn't help solve the volume.
Well, as we spoke yesterday on it, she's saying we would be moving her up to a .9. What is she at now? Because I thought we discussed that she was a .9.
She's a .9. I think she was referencing within her pay band
Oh,
or her pay grade, not compared to market. And so I actually have that up. I can share that too.
And I may be putting the cart before the horse, but if I could make this comment, there's about 3 areas of concern that I would like for us to address, or I would personally like to address. I can't speak for the court. One is, I know the volume of work in there. I know what they're doing. I went there and looked. I think the request for that position is reasonable. That's number one. Number two, I'd like to somehow add a position to Precinct 4 for what they need, Precinct 3 for what they need in that order maybe, and take care of Judge Richardson's need. Those are the 4 areas of concern. I'm just being honest with the court here that I have today that I would like to see us address. If there's some way to work those in, I'd leave here a happy camper and sleep tonight.
And appreciate that. I just think we need to see where the funding is.
Yeah. We've
And
managed everything else.
could be pretty soon. I mean, maybe we'll have a better idea.
Yeah. I'd like to see us plug those in and see what they work as and work back from it or whatever.
Yep. You have
Yes.
before we get off the,
This is the list of JP court clerks amongst all the precincts. And so the pay that this specific one that Hensley Judge Hensley identified is this position here. It's currently at $43,492. This, you could see, is the survey average. This is what peer counties are paying that position. And then here's the compensation ratio. A few years back, the court had adjusted court clerk positions to ensure they were raised at least to this minimum level. So you could see, that is why you could see across all precincts, that's the salary most of them have. There's only two positions that have higher budgets. That one is at JP, one place two, and then the other is within Judge Hensley's office, place one, at 51. So those are above the ratio of 1. I know in the past, there have been requests from Judge Perea of Precinct 3 to also increase the budget from this common number across all the precincts. So I would just point that out to the court. You know, raising one may prompt requests from others, and so considering.
So her comments about more experience and all that doesn't move her to a classification change?
No.
Okay.
No, it would not. And
They have double the civil cases of any other JP court filing.
their volume by far.
Tremendous.
Yeah, it
tremendous.
exceeds. But
That just
again,
means they need an extra person.
They can't handle an
I
extra
know.
person.
Well, so because of the space,
Space.
well, there could be some accommodations that were discussed earlier, and, but I guess first of all, we need to decide, you know, the whole basis for all these studies we've done, and we can always argue about what they're, you know, whether we're using the same proper analysis, all the model, the inputs into the model. But we've adopted to stay by them, and if we change one, what are the repercussions? Is it?
That's my thought. If you change one, you're gonna have to,
And so-
probably have to change all those.
And if you change it and get off your justification for any salary base, then the study's wrong. I mean, there's all kinds.
Paid a lot of
things
money
about
for this study.
Pardon me?
We paid a lot of money for this study.
And,
It lasted 8 months.
No, why did she bring up, you were saying she's, the way I understood it, she said bring her up to a .90 this morning when she spoke. So, I mean, what was, in your reasoning, was you think she just need to go up?
I think she was referencing the midpoint of the pay band, not the market survey average, which is what this blue figure is.
Okay.
So she's currently at a .90 when compared to market.
Okay.
and then
Because
the factor for people that do more work is incentive pay. That's the evaluation and incentive pay. That's the purpose. So you can stick with your model to move everything else.
Right.
And
So then we're gonna see about adding them more space so they can hire another person at
We would have to find-
40,000
well,
versus
that-
4,000 increase.
there was a discussion. Well, yeah, I mean, that's it.
Bottom line,
I know
that's
it's,
what we're gonna do.
that's the bottom line, no matter where they're gonna sit. That's the bottom line.
Right.
And so if it doesn't, financially, it doesn't make sense on that one person, but when you look what the consequences are all the way across the county, it's a significant one.
Take that figure and multiply it by
Yeah, I
however
mean,
many clerks.
yeah. So we gotta figure out,
It's 10 clerks.
if we don't like the plan we own, we need to change the plan, or,
Yeah, that would be about $45,000 if you gave all the clerks a raise.
And there are, I could, just by name, there are a couple of others who would also have 8 years of experience in the role.
And I don't think it just stops at JP's.
So if the,
Any clerk that works in a court.
Any clerk.
Any clerk that works in a court.
yeah.
if the court wanted to make a differentiation just based on the experience of the person holding the position, HR could kind of come back and have that kind of tiered approach. If you have this experience, you're this much closer to midpoint.
Well, I thought it did. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I thought I thought, within the boundaries, there's able to move an individual based on their performance and other things. Entry level, 0.8,
Yes, so,
and a highly skilled individual that cranks it out and all that
right.
goes to the other side, the 1.2.
So,
It all averages somewhere close, not to midpoint, but somewhere around that. I won't set the expectation everybody's going midpoint or
Right.
the whole department, but that's,
and so there is a way to do that already as the plan exists. And so, for instance, here, the budgeted maximum is this 0.90, and then yes, HR's recommendation, bringing somebody in without any experience, you're gonna wanna bring them in at that 0.8 amount, even though you have the budget to move up.
right. So I guess the question on this particular deal, is there a reason to, can you justify, based on performance and those things, to getting her at a higher ratio? And so that's what so you're saying you could go back and analyze that and come back, or,
Right, and create a new level based on kind of the whole picture across all precincts.
yeah.
That'd be I'm a little leery to do that at this point in time.
Yeah. So I'd be interested to know, if any of these individuals, did they benefit more out of the incentive plan than the others did? Because that manager or elected official or department head had the opportunity to reward that person for going over and above. I mean, if we're not using the incentive plan for that purpose, then it's being misused and, or if it was spread all the way across, no matter what,
Right.
then they wasted some of the money and took it away from the high performers, in my view. Discussion.
I understand, appreciate people that value their employees, but I just think that's a can of worms that we open up at the 12th hour. We're gonna be looking at a lot more work, a lot more money. I just think that's something, if we wanna look at that, we need to do it before we start budget next year and have a structure set up that we could look at and that would accommodate this particular issue.
And I don't know if, maybe we haven't done a good job of explaining how you adjust things, because some people keep coming back and say they're working harder. Well, how much incentive did they get? So, I agree. And those that have a workload that justifies a new employee, then that's what we need to be looking at. And then we'll find out where to put them. But that discussion on that additional employee for that court was discussed, and there was a plan for where that person would go. But now the conversation's come back to, no, let's go back to giving, salary increases. So,
Since that, that add to staff is kind of not, I don't want to say being withdrawn, but there's not as much of an interest. Do we want to remove that or leave that as a dollar placeholder for that precinct?
the increase in salary or the additional?
The additional full-time position.
I'd say hold it, but whatever y'all think. I mean, we're gonna go through some more process here to try to find if there's any other, we're disappointed that the values went down. We were hoping that, what the tax rate would be, but we're finding that we have a new situation now. The dynamics have changed. And so we need to go back through at least the bigger budget items and talk about that. And then decide whether at the end, what's the appropriate tax rate and those things before we leave today.
I'm just grabbing my power cable.
Okay. And, you know, whatever model we're going by, this court adopted that model.
Paid a lot of money for the model.
Yeah. If it's not effective, this court needs to say what's not effective about it. Where are we leaving a gap, and see if we can fix it.
Is this, these numbers here, that's not benefits though, is it? That's just cost.
That's just salary, that's right.
Any other questions or comments there?
No, I agree.
We're gonna,
This job ain't easy sometimes, you know.
Did we want to discuss any of the other adds to staff, or do we want to kind of?
Yeah, well, yeah, let's go ahead and just try to move through.
Go through the ones that are up, or are those in or out?
So, these are in, there was communication from Road and Bridge Precinct 3 that they may withdraw, but can you confirm?
Turn your mic up a little bit, or let me.
Oh,
turn
I'm
this-
sorry,
it's
I'm
on.
not close.
I thought we'd moved all those
I
out.
thought we'd moved all those out.
Okay.
So, yeah, just to clarify, so in our budget scenario, the only one we had tentative in there was JP4, but the other ones weren't included.
Well-
But that's just,
Francis, if you go back to that FY 26 with the .339.805, you got down at the bottom, we're at 34, and I know it's gonna fluctuate to the right the next years. But if you made that a 33 right now, if you come to the 33, what, do we have like, it's like $540,000.
110.
gotcha.
Right?
Let me, I'll figure out what that
It
number
would be
is.
a $540,000 difference, and I know it's gonna affect us every year after that, but I go back to these guys needing their people and their services. And that $540,000, if we stuck with a 33%, would help them out tremendously this year. I think that's the number I come up with.
1 percentage point difference.
0.01.
How much money does that free up?
So if I'm understanding what you're asking, so like 1% of
That 54,000.
of our
54
operating
million.
expenditures, we pull out contingencies. Let me think.
Well, all I did is times .33 times the 54,075,422. I don't know if that's the proper way to do it.
I see what you're saying.
I don't know if that's the proper way to do it.
Yeah, there's just some little weird intricacies to it. Let me.
Are you trying to calculate what 1%?
Well, like how to get it, I'm gonna get the exact number for you. 1 second.
Well, I don't know.
Because every time it,
Right.
doing a percentage of a percentage. So,
Sorry, Anna.
No, it's okay. I have my power cable now, so.
Okay.
And I would say before I take anything, I think Judge Richardson needs to be, I
Yeah.
think we all agree on that.
Yeah, but that, with those numbers though, I think we might be in the ballpark though, is what I'm saying. I mean, cause road,
Yes, we keep working all the way through this budget before we set a tax rate. And then we pull those back in and say, let's get some priorities. And then we go from there.
I did like what TJ said though about centralizing some of those courts and one of them being a truancy court. Kind of like that.
Well, that's been
That's in the future.
Yeah, that's been talked about, and that, it's now that the volume is enough to maybe justify another court, but we can do an analysis on that. But like, it won't be this year.
No, I understand.
Judge, are you getting that, let's set a tax rate, and then we still have 2 or 3 weeks
We do,
to plug and pull and.
we do. And I guess my point is, don't cut yourself short, now.
No.
Because you can back off. You can't go up. You can back off. So let's go through let's talk about all these and, the step plan and the SO, all these other things. They're big in, let's talk about them and get comfortable where we are. We need to do it today. We're going to come back after lunch, be prepared to go through that. Before we leave today,
We got to vote on.
we got to vote on tax rate.
Yep.
And, now, Dustin, is it just a majority rule or is it a super majority? It's not, because we're setting a preliminary.
Right.
So it's just a majority.
Right, just a majority.
Okay. All right.
I didn't want to interrupt. I was going to get back to your question. So, like, based on that scenario and looking at the future, anticipating coming under budget, you could still add, like about 1.2 million to where it is right now today. And because you have to think you're going to come a little bit under budget, you would tentatively meet your 33% goal.
With 1.1 million.
1.2, yes.
More
safely.
expenditures if we wanted.
Yes, yes. And then, that's because then that fund balance is a percentage
then
of
I know it's
that.
gonna
We come under
change.
budget 3%, so I just wanted to
And
make sure I
then my
got it.
question would be, how does it run out over the next 3
Well,
years? if we-
Right.
Yeah, it's gonna affect it.
Oh, no, I
The
got
thing
you.
is no court can,
Right.
no court can
Commit to
commit
Next
another
year.
court. And
But we
every,
can
every
say-
year is a different year.
Well, but I
And so
think we
don't-
have to be forward-looking.
I think, well,
Because.
we obviously weren't very forward-looking in the last couple of years, trying to keep it at, if we'd have known this year would have come, we would have.
Well, I thought.
Well, I respectfully disagree. I
No.
think we've done a good job that we didn't burden the taxpayer until and then there's time to do it. This is no surprise. I think we all figured out.
I don't think we should ever have to burden the taxpayer,
No, well, I know. but
because
that's the way
they're burdened with increase in values and.
Let's look at what we actually do. The taxpayer only pays 9 to 10 cents on the tax rate of what we manage, what we have control over.
Yeah.
Everything else, we're forced to do, whether we like it or not. But I think that's a pretty lean, when you realize you're operating on a 10-cent rate,
Pennies.
but you have a 32-cent rate because of what you're forced to do.
Well, whatever the rate is, wherever it ends up, I feel very confident this court's done an excellent job of not spending money on us unnecessary things and still trying to participate in the community. And that's where the outside agencies, and we're seeing they're gonna have to suffer a little bit like we do and all of that. So I don't apologize about the work we've done.
And the more I look at it and see it, it just frustrates me more with Austin.
Yeah.
Truly. I mean, they sit up there and act like local control is the issue.
Yeah.
And it has everything to do with them.
Well, they
Constitution
actually,
based on local control.
there were actually 3 more bills passed that added some more burden to us. One, special elections, something more for some, security training, John? Can't even remember, that is gonna be mandated, there's some more training mandated. All of them cost money, and there's no
assistance.
we don't necessarily have a price tag right now that's accurate, but I know it's gonna cost us money, and the state's did not add any money to pay for it.
So for the ads to staff, it seems like the court's favorable to the JP4 ad at a minimum. So we can mark that green and then circle back to the other positions if, once after talking about maybe the step plan cost and what that whole picture looks like.
And still need to figure out what we're gonna do with the health plan and we've still got a few figures that we haven't plugged in yet, correct?
Well, I don't have a problem with that, with the understanding that it could come or it could go. There's nothing in concrete as far as staying, but yeah, it's a high priority.
What is?
The JP four. It's a
Okay.
high priority.
Gotcha.
I think it is needed, but we gotta get down the bottom line and let's see.
So that one is in your bottom line that we've been looking at
It is.
today.
The JP four is, but none of the rest of them were.
No.
Okay.
And Judge, let me know how I am on time, because my next thing is to jump into the step pay plan.
Well, I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
My next item is to jump into the step pay plan and updated options for
Okay.
that.
That's gonna take a while, right? What about this? We can talk about a few things to kind of get everybody prepared. Let's break, come back at 1. That way we've got we got a stretch, we can work on it, bear down, see what we can get done. Is there anything else? If you have any work to do, or all of that, we'll kind of get it prepared. But you need to eat, understand that.
Right
Well, you don't
now-
have to remind me about that.
Can I just
Yeah,
ask what a question?
absolutely.
Right now, based on what Francis has given us this morning, there's 1.2 in that step plan?
Yes.
Yes, you,
Okay, that's the numbers you were
in
using.
general,
If you add the 500.
yeah, that's just general, that's
22.
how it affects general,
Send that
affects
22.
general fund.
So it's 1.7
Yeah.
total.
Net to them, to us, it's 1.2.
Okay. I just, when I leave here, I wanted that clear.
Yeah, so net is 1.2.
Okay.
So you'll look at that whole plan.
So, any other light discussion?
I have a
And
very
where-
light discussion.
Where are
We
the
can pick
salary
off.
increases? There's $85,730 in increases. We just spoke about one that we're not gonna give. Where are all those?
So I think we had gone through and the consensus, there was a consensus on a list that Anna had recommended and y'all had talked through a couple weeks ago. And so those have been layered into the budget already.
Right, they're in there now.
Yes.
It was those outliers that were below the 0.8, and we brought them to 0.82.
Okay.
Anything? Francis?
So I have just a few housekeeping
Yeah,
items.
go ahead, please. You
Okay,
got some time.
so in your packet on the back, there's also the reprint of the calendar. I know we've looked at that
Yes.
before. But just to kind of, start from today now and moving forward to our August 26th date. But just wanted to give you some reminders. So elected official salaries, once the proposed budget's filed, those letters are issued to the elected officials, which starts the grievance process. So that's one thing that is hard to come back and change after that's done. I know we said today, you can make all the changes you want, but that is one that is a little more specific in the statute. So that one I just wanted to note. What we have done in the past is you do have to have the one hearing on the tax rate if you propose above the no new revenue rate. And so historically, you've liked to have that in the evening just to give more people the opportunity to come. We have that scheduled for Tuesday, August 19th. If you could just let me know what specific time you would like. We did 5:30 the past 2 years. So if you want to stick with that or if you want something later, but just having that piece of information will help us fill in the gaps.
Yeah, 5:30.
5:30, okay, so we'll do that. And so, again, that calendar, there's several items related to grievance hearings if that's necessary. When we publish notices on the hearings, and then, of course, getting us down to those adoption actions on August 26th. So that was my light item to cover.
Right. Anybody have anything else? All right, if not, let's recess until 1 p.m.
Recording stopped.
Okay.
What'd he say?
It's recording.
Okay, let's call court back in session. All right, Francis?
So I think we left off, Anna was going to present, some scenarios for the step pay adjustments. And so, I'll let her do that, and then, once that is done, then of course we'll come back to the main spreadsheet and then just, play with numbers if you want to, see where we stand.
Thank you, Francis. So I have here some options compiled based off the last conversation for the step pay plan. Kind of like the court landed on a dollar figure of $1.7 million, with 1.2 of that being from the general fund, and then the remainder coming from grant funding. And so we just took that 1.7 million number and worked back. Francis helped me compute what that salary alone, the salary cost alone would be without benefits. And so we have here what that option would be on the first page of the packet that I handed out. Sorry. There is another factor that I wanted to point out prior to digging, real deep into these options. And that's that while the sheriff's office is on a step pay plan, that is kind of a subset of the general county's law enforcement structure. And so we have 3 departments with peace officers that are a part of the law enforcement structure. This structure is just outlining the minimum, mid, and maximum of each rank of peace officer. And the other 2 offices who would have peace officers are our constable's offices and our district attorney's office that has investigators. And so those positions are a part of this law enforcement structure. Any adjustment to the law enforcement structure does affect primarily the constable's office, especially in these scenarios, adjusting the plan, subsequently the structure itself by whatever percentage would then prompt a recommendation from HR to take a look at the constable's offices, because constable deputies and chief deputies are currently budgeted at the minimum of the existing law enforcement structure. So that's an additional factor I want to highlight for the court. When this new law enforcement structure was established, that was those titles were outlined in the presentation, to court, which is chief investigator, investigators from DA, chief deputy constables, and deputy constables would be a part of this law enforcement structure. The investigators in the district attorney's office aren't going to see an impact. They're past midpoint, they're budgeted past midpoint, they're budgeted past market already. So an increase of 4 to 5% to the law enforcement structure does not cause any issues with their budgeted amounts or it won't prompt any recommendations for adjustment for HR. So our focus would just be the constable's office, if any adjustment is made by the court to the step pay plan and law enforcement structure. Any questions about that before I dig into the step plan options?
Any questions?
Nope. Okay. Great. So this first page here is just this clean option of 1.7 million and working backward from that number. An adjustment to the plan working into just a salary cost of $1,394,225 would amount to about a 5% adjustment to the structure and be applied to every step of the sheriff's office step plan. And so these would be the resulting salaries, the minimum and maximum for the structure, and then this would be the ending variance, so how far away they end up from market, which are these numbers, these second set of numbers here from the left.
Which numbers now? Say it again.
These last decimal percentages here,
Over on the right side?
I'm trying to make it bigger, but it like blanks out when I try to do that. Adobe doesn't like that for some reason.
Are you saying ending variance with 5% adjustment? Is that the column you're looking at? Or-
Exactly,
Okay,
yes.
ending variance all the way to the right, ending variance with 5% adjustment.
On mid.
On mid is where you're looking.
Minimum, we're doing minimum.
You're doing minimum mid. Which numbers were you just quoting?
So all, the minimum, mid, and maximum.
Okay.
That's the ending variance that you're seeing there. So that's how far away they are from market, whether it be below market or above market, because some of these are positive integers. So that means that they're above market.
And that's with the,
That 5% adjustment.
that amount built in.
Exactly. And so at the very bottom left in this blue table, you can see how that averages out if there was a 5% adjustment. And so for the law enforcement structure, just applying that to the sheriff's office, they're below market by 0.03%, which is pretty much a 0.97 comp ratio, if you were to put it in terms of a comp ratio. And then it's for corrections, you'd actually, on average, be above market by 1%, 1.04%. And so that's the cost there with benefits. It's a 5% flat rate. You'd be over that 1.7 million just by $2,600. I just think the 5% looks pretty, and so we left it that
That's
way.
SO plus jail.
Yes, sir. That's
okay.
the sheriff's office and the jail.
Okay.
And is this inclusive of what's built into the step, or is this outside of that? The 5%?
This would be of applying this cost estimate is applying 5% to every step across all ranks of the pay plan.
And then where's the 3% come in? Is that that's just every year to keep the, basically the cost of
There was
living?
already a 3% built in. That was already going to be.
You mean from step, like if an
Yeah,
employee
step to
moves to
step.
the next
That's
step?
what, I think that's what he's asking.
Yes, it's on average, 3 to 4%, depending on the rank.
What?
That's the step up to the next. Like, let's say court made no adjustment this
Okay,
year.
let's go. Okay.
Then yes, the built-in steps are
3
to 4%.
Okay, so this is,
And that's in the 2025 no, that's market average. Where is that number?
Just the step percentage increase alone?
Yes.
Okay, let me pull that up. That's not on this.
Because I guess what I'm asking, is it a total of 8%, or is it outside of the, if we go with the 5% adjustment?
You're probably talking the 8% then. Because that 3%'s already built in, right?
That's kind of what I'm
that's
getting
what
at.
he's asking.
Is,
Goodness gracious. So here, this is that percentage there. So for each step, there's a percentage increase already built in to the plan.
So then what is Ben asking?
So if there was an adjustment, any additional adjustment on top of the existing plan would be in addition to this step. So that's the increase the employee would see, the individual employee, if they were not capped out. And so this percentage here,
Okay, so somebody tapped out then would be just the 5%. That's what you're saying?
exactly,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
And go up anywhere from 9.6 to
Yeah.
7.9, 7.8,
It'd be in that range, depending on where.
7.8 to 9.6.
Mhm. Let me pull that up so you see what that looks like. I want to show you the quantity of steps per each rank, because I think that might,
I think that's,
Help you.
I think that's what Mr. Perry asked, though, right there, what you're showing.
Yes, sir.
so those percentages are each of these steps here. So for deputy, it was 2.8, so each of these steps is an increase of 2.8%. Which I think that step increase is already budgeted for, right? There's,
Yes, that's correct.
what was that amount? Was it like 400,000?
Like from one year to the next?
Yes.
About that.
Sorry, my memory's bad.
But in the 2025 market average, just say a deputy sheriff is 63,305, and if he's started here tomorrow, it's 59,100, right?
Now, I do believe we have a program in place that you
Or
come in.
if you move in.
Equal experience, right? Am I right? Guys, if y'all hire someone with experience, you have the ability to, it's not guaranteed.
Comparable tenure up to 4 years.
But if if the person came from the jail, from a jailer, they're gonna start out at 59.
Correct, and we only accept comparable tenure that's verifiable via the PSR,
Right.
not necessarily.
But if a basic jailer, though, that we're trying to mold into our mode is gonna be the 59. And the mid-range for the market average is 63,305.
You could have a jailer who say at the 7-year mark that wants to go to patrol, they will take a pay cut to go.
Right. Gotcha. But that's a good thing to have, though, because we need people to have careers in and corrections their whole career.
That's the whole purpose of it.
Right,
The
right.
whole purpose is once 7 years, a lot of those people are
Just
kind of
locked in.
committed to
They're
their
locked
career,
in there, yeah.
But they still have the option, they can take a hit, it's not a huge hit, but a hit, if they decide they want to do something new, they have a life change, they can make that decision.
And that threshold kind of when they would take that pay cut is after 6 years as a jailer.
Right.
So then the next page is with constable adjustments?
Yes, so that.
It was not. First page is
Exactly.
not.
Mhm. So that first page does not include the cost to adjust the constables. And let me pull that back up.
And the second page covers chief deputies and deputy constables?
Chief deputy, deputy constables, and then it also includes the cost of adjusting the constable elected officials themselves, which HR is recommending because adjusting, like let's say the court goes with the 4.72 or 5% adjustment. to just the deputy and chief deputy constables, that would mean the chief deputy then is budgeted higher than the elected official themselves.
So where's the recommendation on what that salary would be?
I have,
I think it's on the last page of that handout.
I have it up, I'm just making it bigger.
I think I see it. 3, 4, 5,
So
1, 2.
share. Share. So those numbers I have here, just plugging in that, the 5% adjustment, that's what the salaries would look like for the elected officials, just the constables.
The constables. So that
Yes.
would keep them at about the same difference right now between the constable and their deputies.
Exactly, it would maintain
It would
that.
maintain that difference.
Exactly. And so we have the salary, what that would look like with that adjustment, and then the resulting ratio. And most of the constables have the lowest comp ratio amongst all the elected officials. So
Okay.
it would bump them from a 0.83, these three here, to a 0.87. And then Constable Precinct 2 and 1, they're getting brought to, it would be, bring them to a 0.92 and a 1. But that's still close to average of, as far as comp ratio goes for all elected officials.
Okay. So where's the price tag on all of it, on what you just talked about?
On that front sheet. Right?
It's in the
To include the constables?
green boxes, right?
What you just talked about, everything you just talked
Green
about.
boxes.
The green boxes?
Yep.
All right, let me get down to the green box.
Does the green box include the adjustment to the elected constables?
Yes. I included chief deputies, the deputies, constables, and the elected official. So that's a whole price picture there. And so that first option here, first green box, that would be if the court wanted to embed the cost of the constable's adjustment within the $1.7 million the court mentioned as, that threshold or marker they wanted to try to stay within. We weren't sure if the court wanted to go past that or not, so we have an option embedding the cost without going over that 1.7. So you could see the adjustment there to offset that additional cost of the constables. Instead of a 5%, you're looking at a 4.72% increase across that law enforcement structure. And then if the court wanted to just, you intended to have the 1.7 million allocated to just the sheriff's office, but still wanted to adjust the constables on top of that 1.7, this is what the cost would be for that scenario. So one is the embedded option, the other is just you're putting that constable's cost on top of the 1.7.
Well, we kind of had a consensus about the 1, 2, and the 500,000. That had nothing to do with the constables.
Makes about $100,000 difference.
Right.
You say it real fast.
If you say it real fast.
So, let me ask this question right quick, because I'm trying to look at a more global approach, keeping in mind, are we gaining ground on our competitors here? So you showed earlier the structure, so maybe a 2.7 up to a 4 point something, right, in the step plan itself?
Yes, the steps already in place without
And then to
adjustment.
put another 5% on top of that.
Yes.
Puts us in a spot, and I know it's probably not popular, but we're gaining pretty good ground on our competitors, because I've checked around, and you're looking at 2 and 3% increases. Does anybody else have a step plan similar to this? That y'all are, I'm sorry, I'm asking you guys, who else has that kind of step plan?
Yeah, basically everyone.
Everyone?
It is similar, they have some type of similar step plan. Local agency, our competing agencies, the majority of them are gonna have a similar step plan. So Employees, remember that the plan is aged for the plan structure. The employee is tenuring up within that slot. So one is for the employee, one is for the structure.
As far as gaining, ground on market, that same blue box there in the left corner, it shows the variance, the ending variance. If the court went with the 4.72 adjustment, what that would look like. And we're still,
But is that blue box, does that have the
That's your
constables in it
That's your
too?
comps.
no,
No.
it's sheriff's office only. Including the constables.
I mean, that's getting us
Let's cue that
pretty
a bit.
close. Maybe not exactly what the sheriff's department wanted, but it's getting close.
Mhm.
Other questions?
Yeah, and it's also bringing it closer to what the average compensation ratio is for all county employees. So the average compensation ratio across all county employees is 0.97.
0.97?
Yes. So we're about 3 percentage points below market.
If we can put it in the budget, or if we can get it in there, I would support the far right, the 1799509, with the understanding that between now and next year, we're gonna look back at how we determine comps. Because I for one, and just me, I'm not totally satisfied with how we look at other counties. And I've expressed that to you.
Yes. That'll be a interesting research project for us.
And that needs to be discussion early in the next budget year, so we don't, other things come up or give you the time, but we need to talk about it.
We would probably, if there were indications that adjustments would need to be made to our peer entities, we would have to bring that forward about December or so, because we actually start compiling the salary survey towards the end of January.
We should know that.
But just assume it's coming, the request is coming.
But again, we're not losing our people to Beaumont and Galveston. We're losing them to these local agencies.
They're a whole different tax base too.
Yeah, and that's,
When you have
so
more
that's
money,
our,
you do more.
and that's what we found out at the conference.
Yeah.
This past week. Is Jefferson County has a $50 billion tax base.
And we're at 30.
Like five different billion-dollar, new multi-billion-dollar coming on soon.
Galveston County's 52 billion.
And it might not even be just local municipalities we look at, because it seems like it's surrounding counties that more of the loss is happening with, not local law enforcement agencies.
So your highest risk is when travel time is 45 minutes and less.
Right.
That's not an educated guess, that's just, I heard it somewhere, but it makes sense, for here. Harris County, it takes a long time to get anywhere, but we're not conditioned to that right now. If you're going down precinct 2 when it's under construction,
Add another 30
He
minutes.
keeps digging that, doesn't he?
but about a year and a half, you're gonna be able to.
You're gonna
Exceed
super highways, baby.
We're calling for more SO patrols out there because people are speeding.
Already do.
Be paid for it, I can tell you that.
And they take care of me too, so.
Yeah.
Major, did you get to look through this? Can you come up? Yeah.
So we got this yesterday, so we haven't had much time, if any, to look over this. We weren't involved in the
Had as much
process.
time as we have,
Yes,
They got
maybe
it
slightly
yesterday.
less.
and y'all are smarter than we are.
So some of it makes sense to us and some of it doesn't make sense to us.
Okay.
I'll tell you that ultimately the 472 on there that you see at the 136,149, we are still huge proponents of the FTO program and that soft pay. And if you went with that 472 at the 1316149, we could fund our step pay program still within that 1.7 billion that the court had originally discussed with us. And it's just more departmentally important to us than the 1800ths of a percentile.
Well, what it really kind of comes down to is there's $100,000 difference here. And we've cut a lot of head count. Somehow we got to start figuring out how to get some of that back in place, because everybody's got needs. And so I'm looking at both these numbers here, but it's just what do we come up with at the end? Are we going to put off Road and Bridge another year? Are we going to put the county clerks off, or the JP clerks off another year? And it just gets down to this where it
David, I guess I didn't understand what you just said. Of the two, which one of the, you said you could work with the 472. What about the 5?
The
What's the
5,
difference?
so we're trying to stay within the constraints of what the court told us, right? I don't want to have to come back and ask for additional money, but what I will tell you is that that FTO step pay is extremely important for our jail, for our initial employment development, for those people that are transitioning, not just into the jail as new employees from the outside, but also to our deputy slots as promotional opportunities to maintain those jailers, because we want to keep them in our business. And if we have to take from a 5.0 to a 4.72 hit, so to speak, so that we can use some of that money to fund that program, that is the ideal situation for us. It's no additional money, it's just allocating it differently to try and get a higher return on it. That average amount of money between the 4.72 and the 5.0 equates to about $200 a year for an employee prior to taxes. And the FTO program, we truly believe we can get a much greater return on that.
And what's FTO?
Field training officer.
Field training officer.
FTO, JTO, the term synonymously, but it's for the jailers and the deputies.
If the only two choices are what are in front of you, as they're set up, which two would you pick, as they're set up?
Of course, I'm going to go with the 5.0, because it goes with the allocation that the court had originally given us. But once again, we were not involved in any of this creation of this whatsoever, none whatsoever. So we think the 472 with the FTO is the better option.
Well, how much was the FTO?
Yeah, how much does the FTO add?
Where's the FTO, where does that?
That was in our original presentation.
Request. Yeah, additional money for field training officer.
So it was like
How much does that add to the 472?
Oh, no, it's sub $50,000.
How much?
Sub $50,000 for an entire year.
But we're not, that 1.799509, that's not hurting you any. We're gonna not take any money away from you.
No, Commissioner, I'm certainly not saying that you are.
I guess that's where I was confused.
And I'm sorry, dropping from the 5.0 increase to the 4.72, 1800ths of a percentage, allows us to fund the FTO program, which is very important for our new and promoting staff, jailers who are going to the deputy slots.
Okay. But we're giving and giving. Is there anywhere you could get $50,000 from your main budget?
So
that's like one vehicle, right? For that year.
I'm
just asking.
The answer to that, Commissioner, is always yes. If y'all just decide like what y'all don't want us to do, we can give up anything. We can give up body cams, we can give up in-car cameras, we can give up tasers.
I'm not that about
Whatever
that.
y'all want us to give up, we'll give up. We don't care, fundamentally. But I will tell you this, Commissioner, because you don't have as many years on the court, but you're great to work with. We have the sheriff's office has donated, or not donated, but allocated in the future contributions as well, millions of dollars worth of discretionary funds to help the county get by on stuff, whether it's Tyler, whether it's the UPN line. There have been many things, whether it's fire alarms, whether it's MSA packs. We have allocated discretionary funds to cover things on a regular basis. So the sheriff's office has always put forth that effort to try and give money. There are things that we could cut from our budget, and we've talked to y'all about some of those things in the previous budget presentation that we could cut, but that's ultimately up to y'all if you want to cut those services associated with it.
David, I would argue that none of those discretionary funding that you're talking about was something you didn't want. Those were all areas that you felt were important and you did want them, and that was reason discretionary funding. We didn't force anything on you that you didn't want, that you didn't say, hey, we can pay for it out of this. I mean, was there something we said, hey, you got to do this?
No, but there are things that are statutorily required that are probably the court's responsibility to go ahead and.
Not arguing that, but I would argue that we haven't given you, your discretionary funding was based on the fact it was something you wanted to add or to do, whether it be Tyler, we need this program or this program or this program, and we can pay for it ourselves with this.
That's not always true, Commissioner, because we have paid for.
We'll go there.
Okay. No.
Well, and also with that, and we don't need to get into we've done this and you've done that and
That's right.
but the SO budget has increased more than any budget I'm aware of since I've been on the court. And I feel like we've been very generous and appreciative of what you guys have done for us.
Not just the gross amount, but also departmentally within primarily personnel and those things. But anyhow, since I said the last word about that, we don't have to talk about that anymore. But yeah, let's move forward. So, what other questions would y'all have? We've got an opinion by Commissioner Smith there, and I guess I'm looking for it.
And my opinion was expressed before David expressed what their concern is, and so I don't have a problem with what he's asking for the FTO.
Yeah.
Couldn't think of it, David, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's a tool that.
It's basically a handoff.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that. I mean,
Makes sense.
it allows you to put a program that otherwise we didn't see going online this year. It gives you an opportunity to put it in place. So I've got no issues with it.
Yeah, if that's certainly their choice.
So
I could go with either one.
Yeah, so you're saying you would like the 4.72, but you want us to give you the extra 50,000.
The other 8, yeah.
The other money for the FTO funding. And I will point out to the court that we, as briefly as I can, we're going through, y'all signed a contract for a digital FTO. We've done everything on paper. I brought a book in that's this huge, ridiculous book that's handwritten paper. We're going to the system. So the estimate that we gave is going to be, it's going to be slightly more than that because there's going to be more hours associated with the FTO program in the digital system just by updating it from the 2010 standard.
But how is that gonna hurt? It's not gonna hurt anybody else, maybe the constables a little bit, if we go with the 4.72? Or not?
No, just the variance would change. It'd be slightly lower, but again, still competitive. And like the original market, just average market application that HR had displayed in the first few options was 4.65.
Okay.
So 4.72 is not that much higher. It's slightly higher than that compiled market average across both structures or across both.
But that would allow you to fund your FTOs, David.
Yes, sir.
If we give them an extra 50,000 on top of that.
Well, yeah, it's the same difference, yeah.
Right. What would be less?
So if we approve the FTO supplement and the 4.72, then that's where we need to be.
Which is 50,000 less than the 5%.
So the FTO and JTO does that qualify those people for certificate pay then on top of that?
I'm sorry, Judge, when you say certificate pay,
We don't have any certificate pay.
we don't currently have that. We don't have certificate pay.
Okay.
But there is a certification.
Oh.
That's what you're thinking. Judge.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. There is a training course and a certificate that people have to get in order to be an FTO or a JTO. Yes. Yes, they have to have a piece of paper, go to a training course,
But
be
you don't
qualified.
have to pay for that. We don't have, that's not something that we pay for.
Yeah, no, we don't pay additional for their certificate. They would just be doing it hourly, like receiving an additional hourly rate for when they're actually training
In
people.
the classroom.
Yeah,
When they're actually training them.
Yeah.
correct, correct.
Can I make a comment or question? Just to clarify, so we were looking at the original request for FTO, and there was a range per hour. So is this, like, is there a number that, for accounting purposes, what we would need to look at for that? I think originally it was $1.73 to $2.50 per hour.
That was the range that people
Yes,
pay right now on
yes.
comp?
That was the request for FTO
So
pay.
you-
So I just wanted to, so we could make sure that we're,
Is the 50,000,
Well, if we
$2.50?
It's $2.
$2, so
If
that's,
we back 50,000 in, that would cover
you
it.
should stay in,
but we need an hourly rate.
You need an hourly rate.
you said $2.
I'm pulling up the average amongst other
Okay.
count just for reference.
Major, you guys, would a JTO make a little less than a field training officer, or is it going to be the same rate regardless of what function they're performing?
It's going to be the same rate for us because I will tell you, the value that we place on the training at the jail is going to transfer over to the patrol division. There are some complexities in patrol that the jail doesn't experience, but the development of that initial employee is so important to us because that's what's going to help us make sure that they are that next level of patrolman commissioner. So I don't value the JTO, and the state doesn't either, by the way. The programs are TCOL the same length.
A JTO training is the same as a FTO training, you're saying?
Not the same, it's the
Same
same
pay.
number of TCOL hours.
Number of
Yes, sir.
hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So you mentioned 50,000. Was that what was in the original request, Francis?
No, originally there was
34, 35, something.
3,000.
Okay, it was that 34,000 number?
Yeah,
But the
34,000.
50 would cover it then.
That's what the intent is,
Yeah.
yes. And that is because that software is going to just slightly increase the number of FT hours. We haven't even, and Tim's here if y'all wanted to hear about it, the software is going to just slightly increase the number of hours that the program is, just updating it from the 2010 or so to the 2025 standard.
The trainers program.
Well, the actual FTO program will increase in hours just slightly with this new software. It's just a more modern version of the FTO program.
Yeah.
Captain, would you mind coming up just for a minute, please? You were getting too comfortable over there, so I didn't want you to. How many, in average, how many a year do you normally see that come through patrol?
How many new?
Yeah, that you guys would be, I mean, I know it's a little bit of a crapshoot, but
Yeah, we've had as low as 4, and then it can get as high as 8 to 10, depending on the year. You know, right now, we have a lot of youth, so I anticipate a lot of those guys are gonna be with us for a long time in the field. But what was brought up is that we are implementing a new system. It's part of the NeoGov powered EMS system. So essentially, it'll take all of the 3-ring binder onto a digital platform where they'll be able to, do their daily observation reports on their phone or on a computer. They get bogged down with a lot of extra paperwork, typing synopsises and stuff that's a lot of manual entry where we'll be able to digitize a lot of that. So really trying to, bring that up to date. And then obviously this ask was to just compensate those guys for that time they're spending with those new officers in the car with them, because they're responsible for everything they do, all the documentation, and then that goes in their permanent file, that training program. So that's the intent of what the field training pay.
Because right now, every time you train someone, there's a sheet of paper that follows them every time. So if you got a class of 30, that's 30 sheets or more.
Sure, yes,
So
sir.
that's what you're talking about,
Yeah.
digitizing and.
And this is actually more just for the field training, not necessarily like a classroom setting. This is when they're in the car riding for 12 hours a day. Every traffic stop they make, every call for service they go to, there's documentation on that call on what they did, what their performance was, if they need to be mentored up or down, or, just giving feedback for everything they do on every call for service, every traffic stop. And then there's a minimum amount of things they have to do within those phases.
Okay, Captain or David, either one, when you do a class of 30, that's a required course that everybody has to keep up, whatever it is. Is that considered FTO training also, though?
So the FTO
Wouldn't they get credit, they wouldn't get credit for teaching that class? Hour-wise, money-wise?
So the FTO program and JTO programs are not typically things that are done in the classroom. Those are things where they're on the floor or in the car saying like, here's how you take this call for service. Or here's how you, book in this inmate, and they're actually doing it right there as live. And here's the regulations. And so we're talking about paying them for the hours that they actually have that trainee with them. And if they have it with them or have the trainee with them for, like, say, 4 hours out of a 12-hour shift, we're only going to compensate them for the FTO pay for the hours that trainee is with them, is our intent with the program, for transparency's sake.
The guys who lead the classroom, or do they have to be FTO certified? Or?
No.
Oh, they don't?
What you would be referring to is instructor pay. So those are just
Yeah.
instructors at the department. That is not.
Okay,
that is
in my
not what
mind,
this-
I'm
no,
sorry,
sir.
I was going down a different path.
This-
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
That,
not
that
your
would,
fault.
that would be for like training tenured officers, anyone through the department. This is specifically for the new trainees on
Just
patrol.
new trainees.
And the brand new jailers
Okay.
that you're taking those guys and just teaching them the job.
It's amazing when we start engaging in conversation, things pop in your head. This also is excellent for mitigating liability. If you have to go to court, you can present the documents, you can show the data that he was trained, he did well, and so.
And a lot of that's really impactful, Commissioner, for the jailers because they have a regulatory agency that hangs over them, TCJS. A big portion of that JTO is going over a lot of the Texas administrative code with these guys to let them know what is and is not within spec and code for the Texas admin code. Very important to us.
And I will say this, and then I'll shut up, but enjoy sparring with you guys every year. But we couldn't make it without each other. So appreciate you guys.
Thank you all very much. We always appreciate the time. Always productive to talk to you gentlemen and our HR director. So thank you all for every minute you give
Y'all are
us.
second to none. Y'all do a great job. I mean, bottom line.
Anything else?
Where's the 49,187 going to come from?
Precinct 3, I think.
I guess so.
Well, that's to be decided, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming it would come out of that 1799,509 figure.
Well, we've only allocated 1.7 though. So that's what was agreed upon in court, that we would do $1.2 million out of the general fund and 500,000 out of the SB 22.
Commissioner, may I comment? I have an answer for you. The 1.699187 includes the constables. We don't pitch deals. We don't talk about their salary adjustments. The 1316149, if you benefit that out, that's 1.6 million in change, and that leaves plenty of money before the 1.7 to fund the FTO.
So you wouldn't, doesn't include the constables?
Not in their money.
We don't
We didn't-
present that.
The 1.2 and the 5, it had nothing to do with the constables, the 1.7 that we allocated. And we were allocating. So the constables, what we had to come up with.
So to me, it sounds like if you did 4.72%, you did 50,000 for FTO and the constables, we'd be like 1,750,000. So we would have to add another, very rough.
Like he said.
Another
49.
50,000.
Yeah, he's right on the money, yeah.
Very rough numbers.
But that's trying to find money for the constables, not commissioner's department.
Other questions? All right, thank y'all.
Thank you all.
Other personnel questions for Hannah? Hannah, you have anything?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to point out a slight difference in math that I made. So just a correction on these two positions. These were two of the 5 outliers that HR had prompted a recommendation for adjustment from below 0.8 to a 0.82. I was referencing the wrong salary survey column, and I think it was originally 76,000, and I was off by about 2,000. So this is that new amount, an increase for those two outliers to adjust. So I just wanted to highlight that difference that you may not have even noticed, but wanted to just be transparent about that. And then outside of salaries, I think we're good on that. And the next topic would be just if the court wanted to discuss the projection from HUB on the that slight shortfall that went from 788,000 to now 151,000 for the health fund, but still leaving a health fund balance, projected balance of well over $4 million.
So what are you asking? What are we talking about?
If the court wanted to discuss that shortfall, if the court was comfortable with letting that ride, meaning there's no plan design changes, no premium increases.
Given that we're gonna change and there's gonna be some disruption, there's always disruption when it comes to, I mean, it's not fun.
No, it's not. We
For
always
anybody.
expect phone calls in January. And
I would hope that we would see to let that ride. That we've still got plenty of a buffer in there.
I think
No adjustment in premium and no adjustment on subsidy from the court side.
Yeah, just keep everything the same.
And then we'll know whether we're right next year, I guess, when we get the new, I think there was concern about some significant costs pertaining to employees dealing with cancer issues or.
there were, but both HUB has taken now a more cautious approach to their forecasting. So rather than a built-in, I believe, 3% cost and claims variation, they're going with a 5%.
So that's what we built into all these numbers.
Yes.
That's cooked in, okay.
So they're being a lot more cautious, and then Francis and the auditors had always been cautious, and so their numbers that they share with HUB for their forecast is based on 100% participation from all eligible employees, which is that's never happened, so.
And on that 150,000, I was just looking at it as a percentage of claims, and our financial reports are, of course, on our fiscal year, not the calendar year. But when you look at the fiscal year, it's like 1.5% of claims. So it's very low, and I know that's just an estimate. So it's just very minor. And like you said, I think it's best just to let it ride for the year and not make adjustments.
Yes.
Since I'm new at this, the 3-year contract, can they come to us next year and want more money?
Well, so we.
I mean, the
We
insurance.
pay, the administrative part of the contract is set. What could cost us more is how much more our claims are. If for some reason we have more high-cost claims or a lot more regular cost claims.
Right.
Then, there's all different sorts.
Bumping that up to 5% helps.
Yes, and a big driver for that, just in an example, to provide you on kind of an instance where that something in the market could prompt, a unexpected shortfall would be with the GLP-1 medications. So those diabetic-related medications, there was an increase in those use. Those are very expensive medications, and so, but 2 years ago or a year ago, there was a large unexpected increase to the claim. So that helped prompt HUB's now more cautious approach and now increasing that forecast to account for a 5% swing in claims.
Commissioner Jones and yourself and the auditor's office have been involved in this for quite some time. And if y'all are comfortable with that, then I'm comfortable with it. So go with it.
Yeah, we'd likely come back next year, of course, depending on claims.
Look at it.
and have a look at it and likely, at that point, recommend a premium adjustment, just so that,
So I didn't get in on the details of the Cigna presentation or anything like that, but do you feel comfortable that the stops are there for any type of GLP-1 increase or, anything? Are they going to do as good a job as United did as far as that? That was the one question that
so they also
I
have.
forgot to ask.
Kind of this overuse or fraud kind of detection team, and the way they assess that is using AI. And so they've actually have these kind of barriers in place that'll flag any sudden increases like that. And then another item, of course, protecting us, it may not necessarily be for pharmacy, but for our stop loss structure. What they priced out for stop loss is how it's currently structured now. And so the stop loss plan is the same.
Hadn't changed.
Mhm.
Great.
Okay. What else?
So if that's all then for personnel for Anna, I think we're ready just to go back to the summary and.
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
This is what I was thinking. Under this plan.
Recording stopped.
By the way, I never heard recording started.
So if you do the.
Peeked out.
we have now checked through everything that I wanted to today, I believe. And so we are going to come back to the summary here. And so in that middle section, yes, it's updated some just because of the discussions we just had.
Sure.
But we did have 1.2 million in there in that step positions number. And so this is not all step positions, but just to make the numbers work, that 1249187, that now includes all in with benefits, 50,000 for FTO pay, a little over 1.6 million for the 4.72% increase to the step pay plan, and then another close to $92,000 for the increase and changes to the constable positions. And so increase that there by $49,187. That position below, or that line below it, that is still JP4, the new position. And so I don't think there was any thoughts to change that or add to that number for other positions earlier, but if you want to now look at some other scenarios by adding some of those positions in or pulling some or whatever those thoughts may be, we can now move there.
So, let me stop you right there if you don't mind. On 80 new positions, we know what's been requested. I would suggest the court put a priority on those open positions, and then we see what we can do. Unless y'all want to stick and say no new positions. That means no new positions. But
So the only one included right now is JP4.
Yes, that was just where we left it last time, so that's why it's just
That's
still
the-
sitting there.
But we've had further discussion, so.
That's the 58,112?
Yes, sir.
And what does that, with,
Okay, so
what
all
does
that,
that bring us down to, 31 point?
yes, so 31.1%. And then right below that, you'll see that we're the 2.995 million below our target.
Yeah. So we went from 2862 to 2995 on the one you gave us earlier.
Yes, sorry. And so, but then again, we were looking at some scenarios earlier. If you conservatively come 3% under budget, that's about, on this budget, that's about 4.8 million. 4.8 million. So taken that into account as well, that would put you above your target range, closer to 34%. And that's what we looked at earlier today. And so the little adjustments we made didn't make.
And the salary increases and the other pay types, incentive pay, that's all to the right. We're not having that in there yet.
So those are now all embedded throughout the spreadsheets. We just leave those amounts there so that when you look at it, you can see it as a total, just to remember, just kind of helps us.
Everything's all in. Everything's all in.
I'm sorry, and the incentive pay is not. Rewind what I just said. Those are all in there except incentive pay. Incentive pay,
Is
we
that the
backed
five?
out that day trying to,
That's 598,107?
587,763.
Unless we put it at $1.
Yes, and that's the way it is, that's the way it sits right now.
Oh, it's in $1. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, it's a dollar holder right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm sorry, when I say it's not in there, it's not budgeted. It's not, there's not a budget amount higher than $1.
That's probably a good way to go, right?
Well, and so normally, when everything's going good, like it's been, I would, instead of dollar placeholders on these significant items, I'd like to go ahead and kind of see them in there so we really know what the effect is. But in this year, it's tight. So you put a dollar placeholder. In March of next year, we know a little bit more about where we're gonna be. And we would make the decision then if we can afford to do it. Now, hopefully we can do it because it drives other things like performance reviews and, puts a little bit of weight into those. And it should be able, if managed properly, for those folks that have individuals that are working above and beyond, can assign them some incentive pay. Because we can't cover it, as you know, in these other areas. So I would say at $1, and then we look at it and see if we can afford to do it. And that's we hope to, but it's not a promise until we do it.
No, I agree with you.
I know this is my first time, but going through the new incentive pay initiative, visiting with my folks out there, I don't know if y'all visit with your folks, but extremely seem to be really happy with it. you know, that it worked out right.
Yeah.
And the poor performers knew what they were gonna get because they're poor performing. So
It's
they
no
kinda knew.
surprise to them.
No, it's not, and they're not griping about it.
Managed to the top NDP.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. So I'm thinking they like it a whole lot better than the 10 areas we had to go through, y'all had to go through the last few years, so.
Commissioner?
Go ahead.
I would just say that putting the dollar placeholder in there and department heads and officials realizing that we'll revisit it at a later date and it'll depend upon how the budget's going, hopefully will make them a little more frugal.
Everybody help out.
Everybody
It's a
help
team
out
effort.
if you want to have,
Yeah.
if we're going to get to that point.
Yeah. And call your staff team, not staff. It's a team.
Team.
Down here, any comments, questions?
I like it.
On that? I know there's probably others on other things. Okay, so,
It's incentive pay.
So we will leave it at $1.
yeah, okay, go ahead. Is there any more adjustments to this?
No, and so again, there's that one position there. It's right now below the line there. So if, I wasn't following if y'all wanted to pull that because you said no new positions or if we're just gonna leave that JP4 one.
So,
I apologize if I.
and so
misunderstood.
that's the additional staff
Correct.
because of the
Yes, sir.
load. And there's actually 2 JP courts that the same situation. Is that right? I mean,
That's what it sounds like.
She,
Can you repeat that?
so, is the justification to add 1 to 4? Could you use that same justification for Judge Hensley's request?
Yes, it's
You
purely
could.
case number based.
Forget about where you put them. It's where they need them. So,
If they had a bigger office, then that would have been a yes, you're saying.
well, okay, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've got a yes anyway on space.
Yeah.
This has already been talked about between TJ, Dustin, and Judge Hensley. There is another spot. There is an individual that can work independently. It's just not right in the same office. And then
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I didn't
But
understand, Judge.
all that didn't come up so now we're back to have an exception to our policy on pay rather than add another position.
But your position would be that we added the other position?
We don't, if, we either add another position or don't do anything.
For also too?
Well, if it both justifies it, yeah, I'm for it.
So that was kind of what I'm not,
for
When you-
only
when-
asked
when
for
you-
one new employee, she asked for a new employee and a pay raise for an employee.
well, I'm not,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's not, her pay raise is out.
Yeah.
What I thought I heard you say is we either we either prioritize, do it all, or not do anything.
Okay, and that's right. And so are we prioritizing to put that position in there or not? Not more salary, it's only that.
Wait, the salary's
Take
out.
each one of these,
Right.
each one of these positions, so we all know, we know more about precinct 4 and everybody than we do anybody else. To me, it's
Well, I think one in 4 is where the most growth in the county
that's
is.
it, you got it, that's exactly right.
So-
So if we're gonna keep up with the growth of our community, that means the community is growing. That means, the judicial system's gotta grow with it. So, to me, it makes sense. So besides those 2 positions, and the others were discussed, but not, what else besides, I know we talked about road and bridges and that, but we'll come to that maybe another way, but let's just talk about what this court would agree to right now.
On new positions specifically?
Yeah.
So it was the road and bridge, of course, the 2 JPs, and then what were the other new positions?
There was a position in the district attorney's office.
Yeah.
DA. And Constable 5. Don't quote me.
There was.
There wasn't a recommendation on any of those.
Constable 5, we had that, we did not recommend that. There was a Constable 3 request. They do have volume to justify the request, however, their justification It's not case volume, it was the implementation of the new
Tyler.
Tyler system.
Yeah, well, they'll get used to that.
And Haley pulled those up now, so you can see those.
Yeah, I'll pull them out of the woodwork here.
So, anything else? No?
Okay.
What?
In my mind, there's 4 to look at. And that's just JP 4, Road and Bridge 4, Road and Bridge 3, and Precinct 1.1 JP.
All right, what's your priority?
I just gave them to you.
In that order? Okay.
I agree.
And what was that order again?
I can't say
JP
it.
4?
JP,
Corey, you'd have to kill
JP4,
me.
Somebody write this down.
JP 4,
JP4, JP3,
JP 3.
1 and 2, right?
Precinct 1.1.
I think he meant Road and Bridge 3.
We'll cover it.
All right. I
Two
got it.
road and bridge and 2 clerks for JPs is what it comes down to.
Mhm. That's true.
Yeah. Okay, there, we heard it. Okay, put those in
Okay.
for now.
Well,
For
I
four-
mean, I've done with the same amount of road crew the whole time I've been here, and we spend all of our budget every year on road materials. So I would put precinct 3 at the bottom of that, if anything, so.
But that would get you to your ratio. You
Sure.
Line up
Right,
good,
yeah.
and we need to look at putting some material in there for you.
So there's material added, yes.
So but auditor's figuring in all 4 positions, whether
On
you be-
yours?
Two road and
whether you be
bridge,
3 or
two
4.
On
Yeah.
yours, senior or just an operator?
I prefer it to be a senior, so we can go ahead and start getting some training.
So
going,
seniors for
'cause
both.
There'll be a lead.
So
If we can get some more next year, that's gonna be the.
if the court's good with that priority, we don't have to be, I'm just saying this, y'all argue with me if you want to, which I know you will. That 2 road and bridge, and then y'all get together, if this is approved, and decide where they go. And then come back to the court, and so we'll know who to charge it to.
So you're saying JP 3 too, though? No.
I think he meant Road and Bridge
No.
3.
Okay.
JP 1.1, JP 4. I guess it's too late to ask for a new chair. No.
Oh, these chairs are wearing out.
Okay?
We're almost there.
Take him to the basement.
Hey, I think that basement might be a good idea. I need to go down there and look at it.
Oh, they might put us down there and not let us out.
Might find something interesting down there.
I wouldn't mind seeing it one day, just to see what it looked like.
While she's building that,
Awesome, that's all in.
Okay, then, how does that adjust all the rest of the numbers?
So 274,408. So on our spreadsheet. Drops slightly there, but
Not a lot.
no, you
Not a
know,
lot. And you're still saying that if we're,
Under budget.
if we stay under budget for 3%, we'd actually,
so that's my
Right back.
question.
Yes.
Where is that? That's not built into this spreadsheet anywhere.
Can't see it. It's a,
yeah, it's just, it's an
Well, we
unknown, but
estimate
you can.
everything else, so why can't we estimate
well,
coming in?
I
under budget?
agree with
Yes,
that.
yes,
but
yes.
I'm saying it's not a line item.
Yes, and we can do that.
And we've done that, and we did that last year.
We did.
We did a certain amount under
So earlier,
So if we went under 3%, what would that, at the end of this next budget year, what would that make our fund balance?
Hang on just a minute. They're doing some figuring.
Okay.
I put it up here, it calculates
I'd have to get her another Coca-Cola.
33% of it as well. You know what I mean? And so here's the number.
Fries are HGN in right now.
Oh, do it in the formula, sorry, go back up. In that one, like in the inside of it, you know, it's finicky. And I think that's how I got to it. And then, I'll put it up here.
Oh, okay, I see.
Sorry, I wasn't explaining that very well. Is that right? No. 48661. Maybe I told you wrong on the,
You're above your goal,
let's see.
but you gotta back something out.
We take it out. Maybe I'm on the wrong spot there.
I like, that number looked good there for me.
Still,
Do it earlier. That formula, you know what I mean?
Is that invisible ink?
Like golfing.
It goes away after a bit.
Golf pencils don't have erasers on the end of them.
It's just kind of weird because it's like a positive, you know what I mean? So that's making it go down. Let me think about it.
No.
Sorry. Sorry, bear with us. We're just, if we add it up, then it's recalculating 33%. So we were trying to make it like perfect.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry, I had this in my head earlier. So if,
You're way above on my head,
add
so
it back.
keep going.
Well, if we go 3% under expenditures, then you take that amount and add it back to the, gets you, it'll get you somewhere.
But that's an assumption, though.
Yeah, it's just an
That's
assumption.
Assumption,
yeah.
I mean, I agree with you, it'd be a good way to look at it, but
Yeah,
could be an assumption.
but it's no guarantee, and it's not built in anywhere.
We'll see where we get now.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna make a suggestion and,
You know, drop a bomb.
So it's
no,
Bombs.
divided by all expenditures. So if you put the point one there again real quick.
It's coming. I'm asking to visit that.
Okay.
I guess really it's just. It should work in that one though, that's why I'm getting confused. Maybe it's
wouldn't you
subtracted
just
out.
add it to your bottom?
We can. We were just trying to make the,
And that way you don't,
yeah.
that way it won't affect the formula in,
So that's your real, yeah, so there's that.
you said this is real?
So, no, so we put in, I'll walk through this.
So Santa Claus.
So that 4.8 million would be 3% coming under budget.
Okay.
So if that's the case, then I guess you can look at it that way because you're not spending it. So you don't take, it's whether you take 33% of that unspent money or not. So that's where you would be.
Assuming, taking the assumption, we end up with 35 of that.
Yes,
Right.
yes,
Okay.
yes. Because you're not spending that 4.8 million, so we're not taking 33. It's just kind of how you look at it. But yes, it would be close to that number there, the 35%.
Interesting.
Sorry, I made that really.
Assumption of
complicated for some
3%
reason.
under budget on expenditure.
3%, yes.
How
yes.
long have y'all been having about 3% under?
So we were talking about this over lunch. We are always higher than 3%. So again, being conservative there.
I want to say it's like between 6 and 10% every
Yes,
year.
this year was like 4.5% for 2025. It's about 4.5, 6 million. So about 4.5%.
And that number,
But
come down, hasn't it? Because y'all have done a good
Yes,
job with
yes.
people's budgets.
Sometimes we have
squeezing
weird
them.
things that like
Yeah.
kind of mess it up, but yes, so we've continued to try to get that down, but you don't want to get it too close to
Right.
zero.
Yeah.
But over lunch,
Making me
Haley
not
had
sleep
pulled
for a
it
reason.
by categories to see like what categories, were more over budget, under budget. And so even after we use the vacancy factor, we're still, like for 2025, we're still under budget for personnel by 3%, which is right on with
Which is
that.
a large
But
amount.
operating, 7%.
Okay.
So, it's a lot of different
A lot
of course, the average, so this year we're looking at about 4.5, long story short. We have used 3. And like you said, historically, we have come under budget by more than that, so.
Okay, so.
But we're
let's
trying to
talk
get our
about-
budget perfect.
And Commissioner Jones and I talked about this a little bit about what could happen bad and what could happen good that would change anything, okay? And so, the bad part would be economic development just stops and our tax base gets stagnant. I don't see that. It may not be as good as we hoped or whatever. There's a lot of things out there that these companies look at, tariffs and all that seems to be getting
You know, it was
resolved.
announced that there's going to be, what, 500 billion in
Investment.
European investment?
Yeah, on top of what was already.
Yeah, yeah, that's brand new. I mean, I thought of us when I heard that.
Yes. And I guess, something not to assume is that our expenses are going down. I don't see that just because COLA alone, and the amount of employees we have, our amount of, that's gonna keep going. Like I said, on the positive side, we could have more growth than that and we come out better. I don't know, I think the 33% rule that we have, and Francis has been involved, and so is Commissioner Jones, that the value of our bond rating actually you can monetize it because of the best interest rates you get, and we're always gonna be selling a little debt, or selling bonds. At a reasonable amount, and we have bonds rolling off. And so, interest rates are an important part of the calculation. I don't have a problem making an exception on the 33% if there's a reason for it and it can be fixed immediately. But I think when we made the decision and we gradually, Commissioner Perry and I talked about quite a bit about how we gradually go, and Commissioner Jones, about gradually going to the 33%. We didn't just jump to it, we had to grow into it.
Yes, sir.
And I would hate to think this court had to go back through that again. And so, if y'all think the assumption on the amount of unused budget money is good, and that,
And you would think as we grow, as we anticipate, our sales tax has fallen off a little bit, but it should start, I don't see it continuing to drop and go away.
although hotel and all those things have been dropping off some, but I guess what I'm saying is, this is a preliminary tax rate, and we can change it. If you want to safeten it up, go to 2.5%, and then work before we adopt it to get it down, even if we could get it below 2-cent increase. That's a safety net. All's well that ends well.
This has a 2 cent
I'm saying if you
baked
need,
into it already.
yeah, if you think you need more cushion than that and not have to depend on that 3% unspent budget, then you siphon it up. And because if we just barely fix it, next year's court's gonna have to adjust it again. And, but, I'm just pitching that out there. I'm not hard selling it.
I think we should look at the top and also to how it adjusts.
Do you want another scenario typed in there, or a tax rate?
So if you did 1 cent increase, you'd be right at 33%, I think.
It would be,
That's assuming a 3% savings.
you actually improve now, so that the incentive pay is in there, or it's
No,
not
sir.
in there?
No, sir.
Well, if we're gonna pull a penny off, add that back in, because that's the worst case, or not,
So yeah, if you add the incentive pay in,
Yeah.
like you're still there 32.65.
So that's with a penny, is that a penny?
That's
Sir.
one
Go,
cent increase.
go 1.5, and let's see what it drives that to.
I did too. 1 sec.
I think it's and while we're just while they're working on that, just talk about the incentive pay. I think that's something that we need to look at as far as a cap. Somehow, a percent of total or a flat rate cap. So that,
Penny and a half.
Aren't we doing a percentage in that
that's the one we may need to adjust.
how are we calculating that incentive pay number?
How's it calculated?
So that is 2%, of course, of all eligible eligible positions, and but it's based on an estimate, trends that we're seeing
So it's
on what
not-
percentage is being utilized.
It's not actual positions, it's eligible positions.
It's not everyone, because there's new employees that are written up and things like that.
And that's why we were able to adjust it some, even after you all approved this last one, and we had a little more data to.
Anna, what percentage of employees do you think receive the payout?
Of eligible employees.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have that number on the top of my head, but
Probably 40% or so.
Dollars, really.
it's always
Like 90?
what had been budgeted compared to the actual payout is always special.
Well, because you figure the jail staff doesn't get it, so are
So
the
it's
sheriff's
2% of eligible employees or budgeted employees' salaries, total. Is that what you're saying?
In the budget?
What's in the budget, it's 2% of that?
It's
No. Okay, what is it 2% of?
It's 2% is what the incentive pay, of course, is per department, but we use trends to figure out how much of that total.
What did we pay last year and then add a COLA to it?
This year? Oh, do we have it in project? No, because it was done in July. Yeah.
But there's a formula you use, it's 2% of something.
Yes, it's 2%. So if you have a position that's fully filled, they're eligible, it would be 2%. That's what you're allotted.
Of the eligible employees. I'm not talking about individual, I'm talking about when we plug it into the budget overall, is it a 2% of the,
No, so we look at trends on what is actually being spent. So if you have a lot of vacancies, that money is not going to be spent. So we incorporate that and try to come up with as close to realistic number as possible. But I mean,
447.
This year, we budgeted, or for 2025, we budgeted 600,000. We're on a realistic number, and we paid out 514,000. '24 was actually, we made the change from 24 to 25 from budgeting 2% of every employee to in more of an actual figure.
because as soon as someone terminates and they hire new, that position it could be included here and then they're not eligible. So then that
the
goes back into the pot.
The 2% is just the number that the court agreed on?
Yes, yes.
So what are we working on right now? The one penny? What it does?
Yeah, so this still has, no, we had put a, I think the last thing that was proposed was a penny and a half.
Penny and a half?
Yes.
And we moved the amount on incentive into it?
Yes, with incentive pay.
And it still came out to
582.
582 with that in there?
Yes, accounting for coming under budget 3%.
I have a question that, can you, because Ben's still losing 2 positions, can you put a dollar amount in there and like, in the middle of the year, if we're looking okay, that he can get these 2 positions? Or is that an option?
Done it before.
Yeah, we've done it before.
We like to do it less and less now.
No, I got,
Just for.
I got you.
Just for, it's always ends up getting, you might as well put the whole amount in if you're gonna do the one. That's just,
But, you know, as you get into if you put the whole amount in, and you get 6 months into the year, then you only need to use half of that particular salary, because they only work half.
But we could revisit it though and see if their money's even closer to
We would know
4.5%.
close to where we are,
Right.
yeah.
Then you get where, if you pull the trigger 6 months in, you're not funding a full year's salary.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to help you out.
I agree, and I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he asked for 3.
He asked for 3 and he asked for 1.
We're giving him just 1, okay. Yeah.
Now, also, as Commissioner Curry pointed out to me, there is some equipment needs when you grow your staff, depending on what they're doing. Yeah, and so that give you time to think about that. You know, if you put some money in the budget and you get 6 months through the year, it'd give him time, or both of them time, to see what that drives.
Right.
What's that, besides benefits, what else does it drive? Does it drive a pickup? Does it drive, we're gonna get more road work done, let's buy a little bit more material, I don't know.
But a pickup truck would be something we could take out of contingency. That wouldn't be a big.
Gotcha.
Okay, so what are we doing now?
So, so is this right?
So this, just to.
1.5 cent?
1.5 cents, so that makes the tax rate the 334,805. This then includes all of those things we talked through today, of course, those 4 new positions, adding incentive pay in, actually budgeting for it, and then also accounting for 3% under budget. And so this is what that looks like.
So it ends up at 33.582?
Yes, sir.
Just remember, that's adding that assumption is.
That's an assumption.
We don't generally do that. I mean, we want to know what we think it'll be, but we don't drive these numbers by it until it actually happens.
And then, you just get, when you look at that, still, that percentage looks great, but then when you get into further years, making sure your revenue and expenditures, we keep trying to pull those together, because they're not growing at the same rate.
Yeah.
Our revenues have slowed down, our expenditures have kept going.
On that assumption sheet you made for future years based
Yes.
on 2 cents,
Yes.
this 1.5 is certainly going to change next year's assumption then.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
and we may have to do 1.5 again. You never know.
Well,
That's the.
Or 1.
Yeah, Commissioner,
That's-
I mean, that's something that you have to be willing to adjust every year.
And I
As long as it's not knee-jerk reactions, and that's what we were trying to get away from, is the big increase or the big decrease.
Oh, I think I got shot down for this morning for bringing that up, and maybe we've always worked toward this 33% fund balance. I mean, that's all I've ever. That's all I've ever. Main rule.
I can live with either or, to be honest with you. I understand where they are, the 1 and the 2. I could live with the 2 if knowing come the last day, we've put all the pencils to it, sharpened it, we are can realistically look at lowering it some.
Yeah.
That would be my thought, as opposed to something happening and not being able to go the other direction. If as a group here, the consensus is that we're gonna try to continue to get it down to where we can be closer to the penny.
Yeah, we have
That's just my thought. That's just me talking myself.
So I agree that, when I said earlier 2.5, I don't think we need that. I didn't realize that this number is gonna come in as good as it did. But the 2, we can still, all's well and ends well. So how we end up is what the real impact to the community is. And, we need a little room to work.
And I guess approaching it this way now, any savings we find goes directly to the tax rate.
Yeah.
Bring it down. It's not being saved here to plug in over here.
That's my question with my people that are talking to me out on my side of the county. If we vote today, can we lower that before August the?
Yeah, that's the beauty about today, gives us we're pitching something out there, but we hope that we can get it, it's gonna be a better deal than what we're saying today.
I think it's going to be a hard sell to the taxpayer when there's an article in the newspaper, or whatever that is that we have now that reports the news, the internet, I guess, that talks about how much the values did go up. And that's the the perception is that you're taxing us more, you're increasing the rate and then
But Commissioner,
and the appraisals.
we have lowered the rate all the way along that increase in value. We continue.
Yeah, but not as much as the, not penny per penny with the values. I mean, that's, sometimes there have been, but not every time.
Because values actually dropped 700 million from where we thought they were gonna be, right?
But,
Yes, from
but
our last
they
report.
went up though from last year.
And that includes new
From
property as
28
well.
billion to 29 billion, 28.04 to 29.31. So that's,
And I would agree with you if we were only providing services to those people that are paying, that have homes and businesses that have valuations on it, but we're being forced to pay for far more than what they need. If you just want to talk about services. I'm sure the taxpayers don't want to pay for indigent defense, but they don't have a choice. We could throw out scenarios all afternoon of things that I'm sure they wouldn't want to pay for, but they don't have a choice. We don't have a choice.
and it's just been my experience that we've left here on this day in years past and not done much cutting.
Hard to do it, Rowan County.
On the ones that are to the right still, are they still the salary increases and all that? I'm still confused on that a little bit, so.
Oh, yeah, you can just ignore
143,
it.
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
okay, so that's really, but the 4.4 million was built in from last year
The 4.8,
for the, no, for
I'm
the,
sorry.
for the outside entities.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that,
That you had out there to the right.
yeah, don't worry. It was just it was just some estimate things that we had used. So it was just
Okay.
to help us keep track of it. But we went through each outside entity and some you brought back to prior years, some we just
But
didn't
where's-
accept the
but-
new request.
But where, on the outside entity line, where's that at?
So now that's within the budget.
That's in the budget.
Yes, sir. If you want to look at any of those specifically, let us know. We have a department called Contracted Programs that holds a lot of them. We have an Economic Development Department, and then there are a few that are scattered, health services and things like that. So.
I've got some numbers that haven't been vetted, that were AI assumptions on the three bills that were, I think, passed, that create mandates for us that aren't paid for. Senate Bill 8, Senate Bill 9, and Senate Bill 2753, and I assume all those three passed. It could cost us close to $500,000 eventually, in addition to what we already don't get paid for. Now, like I said, hadn't been vetted, so I don't go to the bank with it, but there's some cost here embedded in it that we're gonna have to bear.
Okay. Any other thoughts from anybody? We all ready to vote on the preliminary tax rate?
Got to do it sooner or later.
It's about the only thing left right now.
And so if someone does want to make a motion and lets me know what that is, I'll fill out
We don't know.
the numbers
No.
for you to.
Oh, okay. Well, if we, I guess the question is, figure what it would be on the motion at 2 cents and figure what it'd be on the motion at 1 cent.
Okay, we did that, but.
Oh, is it already in there?
We're at 1.5 right there, right?
1.5, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
1.5?
Oh, is that one? I'm sorry, I didn't look at it.
Okay, so which are we looking at, 2 and 1.5 or 1.5? And living with that?
33408 is 1.5, right?
3, but it's got to be split out.
And so I have those, if you just let me know if somebody's making the motion, then I'll, because I got to back into the INS.
I'd make a motion, we increase tax rate by 2 cents. With the hope and hard work to get it down to 1.5.
Well,
And then I can do another one.
especially if we're sitting over here thinking we've got some additional unfunded mandates to deal with.
Yeah.
I'll second it for the vote.
Any discussion?
Judge, do you mind reading if that one,
Okay.
read those pieces?
All right, the proposed tax rate of 0.339805 for the 2025 tax year. This rate is comprised of 0.028849 for interest and sinking and 0.310956 for the maintenance and operations. So we act on that and then we,
It just needs a second and a record vote.
Yeah.
For that piece, yes, sir.
so, any other discussion, comment?
Well, my only discussion would be, I want to work hard to lower it between now and the final vote.
I agree.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, call for a vote.
So, Judge, do we get a second?
I second it.
Yeah, Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson,
Nay.
Judge Fulton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
No.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. All right, the public hearing for the 2025 tax rate is scheduled for Tuesday, August 19th, 2025 at 5:30 in the McLennan County Commissioners Courtroom. The public hearing on the proposed FY '26 budget is set for Tuesday, August 26, 2025 at 9 a.m. in the McLennan County Commissioners Courtroom. The budget and tax rate will be adopted on August 26, 2025 in the McLennan County Commissioners Courtroom.
Does that need a vote?
Yes, sir. I'm writing right now.
No, that was just information at the
Oh,
end.
that's just information?
Yeah.
It has to be
Yeah,
read in.
that doesn't need a vote.
Okay,
That's right.
and it's 5:30.
Yeah.
5:30, okay.
Oh, August,
Anything else?
the 19th
So,
at 5:30.
so we will take what we've discussed to this date, and that will become the proposed budget, so we'll get that filed for everyone, and then, we'll make sure that you all have access to that, and we'll continue through August.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody, and thanks everyone for the hard work and all the department heads and elected officials that brought information to us, and we will be continuing to work on this. All right, at this time, we are adjourned.
I'm not crazy.
Recording stopped.
This is where I need to like transcribe these, because when I get back, like that juvenile, and I'm like, what?